very much, and it's very heartwarming that very wonderful initiatives in the field of mental health are ongoing. And these very important points Madam Kuresha has made there do not ignore the conversation in the corridors, but that's very different from gossiping and eavesdropping. Also, you need to be very careful with what Madam Kuresha said. I was very scared when she talked about addiction to technology could get to the level of addiction to alcohol. That is very sad, and I hope we don't get to that point. Imagine being in a rehab for 6 months next to someone who is struggling with alcoholism, and you're there for Facebook. God help us. Please allow me to bring this information to you. Please take note of the 3 fire exits, 1, 2, 3 behind you. Also, I'll encourage you to take care of your personal belongings. Make sure you know where your personal items are at. The main fire assembly point is at the main reception. And the question, of course, we need to know this information. This is protocol, but I'm very curious about what people discuss at the fire assembly point. Like, why do we need to meet when a place is burning? What is the point? I hope someone will explain that science to me. Our next speaker is Mr. Elias Gekundi from the Kenya Counselling and Psychology Association. A round of applause for him.
Good morning. I'm Elias Gekundi, the chairperson of Kenya Counselling and Psychological
establishment. This event has also been made possible by various partners, and I think we should give a round of applause for everyone who supported this initiative so far. Asante sana, we'll give a breakdown as we move forward. Also, I apologize deeply, profusely from my heart for not asking you to clap for yourself for being part of such a wonderful initiative. Asante. And now, please allow me to introduce or to bring on stage part of the team that makes this possible from Nation Media Group. A special shout out to our group CEO, Mr. Gitagama. Asante sana for enabling this to happen every now and then, and the unique events that come through as far as this is concerned, and all the other areas you know you have made possible. But for now, let's introduce the head of human resource at Nation Media Group, Madam Jane Odori. Welcome, Makofianko.
Nation Media Group, Mr. Stephen Gitagama, Dr. Frank Jenga, Chairman of Chiromo Hospital, the CEO of Chiromo Hospital, Madam Kuresha Abdullahi, the Executive Director of my institute. Asante sana, Madam. That's my boss in another life, Stephen. All protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Jane Mirodi, as I've been introduced by my dear friend here. And this morning, I'm so happy to see that you've left all that you do to come and discuss mental health. Mental health is very dear to us as a company, not only as a commercial initiative, but also in terms of how we interact with our staff. So I'll not take a lot of your time, but just to tell you what we are doing at Nation Media Group and how the CEO, Mr. Gitagama, is supporting the HR function in terms of the mental wellness. Now, before I continue, I also want to recognize the presence of Minette, who is our medical brokers, and Jubilee Insurance, who are our insurance company. Now, most companies do not take this as an important component, but in Nation we take it very, it's a very critical component. And one of the reasons is because our staff, the reporters and the rest, they actually get involved in very, tough activities, and in terms, some of them are very emotional. When there's an accident, whenever there's any major tragedy, they're the ones who actually are the first, the responders and the police. So what happened is that a few years ago, actually about 20 years ago, when mental health was not even a big discussion in this country, Nation Media Group partnered with some counselors. So we have retained the services of a few counselors who are, whether they actually treat our staff or have sessions with our staff, they are actually on our payroll. And what that means is that this is an employer who takes the issue of mental health very seriously. On top of that, Minette has been giving us, we have a toll-free service through Minette, where our staff can actually access the services. And also, we've opened it up to the family, not only to our staff, because we recognize that the wellness of our staff also depends on their wellness at home. So we allow them to their spouses and their children to partake on the service. On the other issue is that we are very empathetic when it comes to that. And I'd like to thank my CEO, because most business leaders, and him coming from a finance background, when you go and say that somebody is indisposed and you need to be away, because we have cases where we even have to take people for rehabs, and they're still on the payroll. But he has been very supportive, and he has paid for the rehab over and above the medical care, and also he's allowed the person to be away even up to 3 months. They are just on treatment. So I'd like to recognize that and thank you, Bwana CEO. And I'd like to encourage other organizations that this is not something that we just talk about. We have to have activities, we have to have policies within the organization that actually support employees. On the other issue, sometimes you might notice that your employees, a very good performer has suddenly declined. For us, the approach we have taken, it's taken a while, not go. So I get 2 copies of the invoices, one that has the name and the department, and then all I do is just send a list with the department. So they don't get to know who is the person that is. And because of that, we have had very many people actually coming for the counseling. And I remember a while back, we had a guy going on retirement, and he had just, he did the counseling like 2 years before he retired, because he was going through some mental issues that were affecting his work. So he started drinking, not coming to work, his performance dipped, and we said, this guy has worked for Nation for that long. What could be that? You know, we did quickly run and start wondering, is it a performance issue? Is it attitude? And he had deep mental problems. So we encouraged him to seek counseling, which he did. And when he retired, he came back to me and he said, I wish I actually came earlier. Maybe it would have helped my marriage even in the earlier days. So for me, as I stand here, is just to encourage other fellow HR practitioners, because I know they are here, is that the first response should not be, why is it that you're doing this? Is it an attitude problem? I think the first respondent should be, what is it? Is it a personal issue at home? And we should also demystify it. You know, one of my sons actually had an episode of a mental breakdown, and before I knew what it was, of course, what have I not done? I've taken him to a good school, I think I'm a mother who is present, and it was really devastating. That was about 5 years ago. And I think from that time, I actually learned a very good lesson, that sometimes when things happen to other people, they don't, you don't feel them as much, but when they come closer home, you feel them. And I think we should demystify, we should start talking about it, because what I've realized, whenever staff come to my office, they are going through issues, and they come and tell me, my daughter is having performance issues, my daughter is not coming at home on Fridays, they disappear, I'm very depressed, that's why I can't even work. I usually give them the story of my son. And you know what they say? You mean it can happen to you? And I'm like, we should demystify. You know, if I go today and I'm not well, I will go and tell my boss, I'm suffering. I think I'm having a headache, isn't it? I'm having a stomach. But it's rare that you hear somebody saying, I'm actually going through a mental breakdown. So I think we should demystify it by talking more about it, and by just being people who understand others, and by the people who are here who are decision makers, the business leaders, the HR managers, just to be the first people to support these employees. Guys are going through a lot. I remember during COVID, one of the staff coming to my office and saying, I couldn't even afford to pay my house bill. Yeah, because we had a pay cut. I couldn't afford to pay my house bill, and I'm leaving a young daughter with my son, and I don't think it is safe. And they just broke down in my office. Of course, that person needed somebody to talk to them, because this situation was everywhere. But I think we should listen more to each other, look beyond that smile. And I remember I walked into somebody's office, our executive editor, who is not here, Pamela Sitoni, and I had gone for a meeting, and I looked very emotional. And she asked me, what is the problem? And I said, my son has been unwell. I've gone to all hospitals and having this bad headache. And then she stopped what she was doing. She picked the call and called the doctor. And then she said, you need to go and see this doctor for a second opinion. So she could see beyond my nice suit, my lipstick, and my smile. She could actually see that I was suffering. My son is fine now. He's in Form 6. He's 18 years old, so he's past that. But anytime we're going through anything in the family, he keeps on telling me, Mom, everybody needs a shrink. That's what they call me. And I think, as I end my conversation, is to say, everybody needs a shrink. So let's demystify mental health and mental wellness. Asanteni sana. And now I have the great honor to invite my group CEO, Mr. Steven Itagama. And as he walks here, is just to thank him and to encourage him to keep on supporting
anytime you are in trouble, you need to be near a doctor. And I would like to remind you or to actually console and ask you guys to remember that you're very safe. That's why I'm here. Now, also, it's a very interesting thing to note that mental health is now being treated as a serious issue. One of the, I came across very scary statistics when I visited one of our universities, and they have an accepted number of 3 students, like an average of 3 students have to die by suicide every year. Like that's given. They know at least 3 people who die by suicide. And one of the cases was of a student who took their own life because the dad had refused to buy them a new car. Like they had a car already, but the father had refused to buy them a new car. And also, when Madam Jane
So the more you jostle for a place to deliver this terribly important message, the more I know that at the very least, my dreams about a place where mental health is given as a priority is what we have been promised if we are good boys and girls on this earth. I wonder what heaven looks like for you. This morning, I have been asked, now that we have Limanano with you, to share with you some thoughts and reflections that would well span the almost half a century of practice in mental health that I have gone through. And what I was asked in the middle of the night to do last night is to consider the possibility of talking about the past, the present, and the future of this subject that we have. Necessarily, I would like to concentrate more on the future than on the past. But for me to be able to give context of what the future looks like, it will be appropriate for me to look backward so that I can look forward. So, there are, funny enough, interestingly, a number of publications on this subject with respect to the history of mental health. A friend of mine, Sloan Mahoney, a young man, given the promise by our forefathers about the eradication of poverty, ignorance, and disease. We hope, without indicating to you, that we are coming close to that point. Fast forward, and back in 1977 or thereabouts, a man most of you would not have heard about called James Obo was the Minister for Health. And the man was inspired. The man entered into an arrangement with the British government and put scholarships together. And the Kenyan government formally accepted, in 1977, that mental health was something worth considering. So this is not new. The 1977 Great Area for Mental Health was what propelled me, Dr. Wehenya, Woko, and Professor Mutei to study mental health in the United Kingdom. We came back, and when we came back, we entered what I call the Dark Ages, which is what the CEO was talking about here, where the mention of the word mental health or mental illness or anything mental was looked down upon. I practiced, for example, at the Nairobi Hospital. We have presented this Nairobi Hospital. Yes, yes. Where I eventually became chair of the Meeting Staff Association by the grace of God. Where if a patient became a little bit confused because of malaria, because of heart failure, whatever it is, and was refusing to swallow their medications, straight to malaria. That was in the 80s. Who even when I was in, as you have been saying, a time of complete and total intolerance. Every cloud has a silver lining. Many people died at the August 7th bomb blast. And that was the initiation of your organization. We met almost secretly in churches with people like Jude Gwenange, yes, to try and tell the world that, yes, could we please respond to this disaster? And very interestingly, one of the front runners in this response was the mission group. It's very interesting how episodically leadership comes from the mission group, and even that time, in something called Operation Recovery, which was headed by the Kenya Medical Association, the nation group was present. And then now we live in the land of the Great Renaissance. And this is where we are today. Long history, but it has brought us to where we are. You've been told about the task force, cabinet level matter. You've been told about the task force report, which I recommend that you look at, because although I was part of the group that put it together, I think it's a good document because it tells you strategically where we are as our country. You will remember that one of the last things President Kenyatta did was to give effect to the amendment of the Mental Health Act amended. And I can tell you, one of the key things, and I have to thank you, believe for this, is that now, okay, let me put it differently. When we lived in the dark ages in the 80s, my job as a psychiatrist was to cheat you. And I cheated you many times. Your job as Jubilee was in return to cheat me. So we lived in a life where doctors were cheating insurance companies were cheating because they didn't understand. I don't think either group was evil. I think both groups did not understand the philosophy of the workings of insurance companies. So where are we today? I hope you have a chance to tell them about the romance that exists between you and ourselves. We are in a wonderful, wonderful place. So we are in a good place with respect to issues of parity. What I'm saying is that a new wind of change is blowing across Africa. Those who are old enough will understand the term wind of change, word spoken by Harold Macmillan about the emerging independence of African states. I've told you already that every cloud has a silver lining. We have been able, through the ravages of COVID-19, to find a backdoor entrance into the hearts and minds not only of the community at large, but also among specialist groups. It is now perfectly acceptable, and again, the Institute of Human Resource Management team are an excellent example, where people who have no mental health issue on the surface come to us and say, you know, this COVID thing imetusumbua sana. The lesson we have learned from COVID is that we must have our mental health first. Dr. Hongo here, the man with the red tie, this one, has entered a Chiromo group of hospitals, contracts with wanahabari, madaktari, Institute of Human Resource Management, as Nahali Kadalika, as President Boy might say, for the promotion of, so this strong wind is perhaps a result of COVID-19. And although we did not want it, we now have a seat at the table of decision making. Again, I was telling Bonasizio that after the 1998 bomb blast, we published a paper on something called the media response to trauma. Because we realized that our brothers and sisters of the media are frontline staff when it comes to traumatic events. They are the ones who are reporting on the bomb blast. They are the ones who report when a murder has taken place. They are the ones who are there at every traumatic event. We in mental health are available to do this. And I am really so happy that at the front of today's organization is perhaps the only organization that could do what we have done today, which is the media house. Because on the face of it, they have no vested interest. And therefore, when the media calls insurance, Johnny, laboratories, Johnny, now wengine wote Johnny, everybody wants to be associated with you. Because they're the ones who will announce what we do. So really, the media are the natural leaders of an initiative of this type. And I thank you. And I thank all those organizations that have had the presence of mind to actually accept this invitation today. So the last thing I was asked to look at is the future. Now, anybody who pretends to know what the future looks like is either very wise or an absolute idiot. I am neither. But I have some inkling about what the future promises us. And I will illustrate this point by describing to you one or two things that are within my knowledge. Limited, some of you think it is. We have just completed something called an investment case for mental health at a national level. An investment case for mental health is simply this. I was going to say we in government. When I was in government, we looked at what is the return on investing, say, 1 shilling in mental health of our people. I'll not go into the details of it, but let me assure you, for every shilling invested in the mental health of adolescents, of young men and women in adolescence, in 10 years, you get 5 shillings back. Shall I say that again? There is no investment that gives you a better return as a country or as a family than investing particularly in young men and women. So when you go and talk to your people, wherever you talk to them, tell them TUMO is important, education is important, all these things are important, but let us invest. When you invest in the mental health of adolescents, they do better at school, they don't go into drugs, they don't go into suicide, you don't bear the expenses of treating them, and so on and so forth. The case for investment in mental health is made and is made squarely. You've been told that the task force recommended that at the appropriate moment to declare mental health as a national priority. Effectively, that's what we're saying. When I see you here, you are the people who vote. You are the people who know the people who make decisions. And if you are convinced that this is the right way to move, the future for mental health is good. The task force has also recommended that we go in the direction of assessing the gross national happiness index. The Kingdom of Bhutan, for example, and for those who can spell Bhutan, please Google it, measures GDP, which is a very good thing to measure, and also measures the gross national happiness index. And that is an index that we should aspire to measure. And because the United Nations has recommended it for all of us, again, when you meet the people who know the people, tell them that we should go in that direction. Because pesa mfukoni is a very good thing. But afya kiakili, I submit to you, is more important. And that is what I see in the future. And looking at you here, I have no doubt in my mind, I don't know how long I'll be around for that. I am sure soon this thing is going to be given unto us. Jane, when you spoke, I was feeling, this is what heaven is like. It's a place where your dreams are repeated and replicated. This thing about a workplace welfare assistant with regard to mental health, I have been talking like a Range Rover. That one. You know, now prophets are here. We have saints who are already implementing this. Thank you. And the future for me is a place where Jane is replicated in every institution in our country. Let me talk about psychological first aid, because greater people than I, Victoria Rica, or whatever you are, might be able to. You know, you hear about first aid of accident. Very few of you will have heard of psychological first aid. It's real and it is available. I've talked about open conversations between insurance companies and ourselves. That can only be a good thing. And the future for all of us is a place or a land where national health insurance coverage gives parity for all the things, all conditions, including mental health. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what I was asked to speak about. So, all these maneno was done by Victoria for me. But as I told you in the middle of the night, of James, who are you? You have to do your presentation. You know, this is what happens. When you grow old, presentations are, I think even the Bible makes this point. You know, when you're old, you don't want to go, but you never have to go. You have to go. Then you cut down back. You have to do your own presentation. So, by way of summary, what have I said? What have I said to you? And what am I asking of you to take home? I would like you to take home the reality, and again, we have been told this by our CEO, that mental health conditions are common at home and at work. And if I may add, and at school. Well, all right, and that's a good place to start, with or without CBC. The second thing, and I hope all the experts here, what have I done? Will make this point repeatedly. Mental health conditions are very, very easy to recognize. All right? All you need, we will be talking about this QR code, Victoria. Not today. Yeah, can't talk about it. But anyway, are they on their desks? What kind of life is this? Anyway, take a QR code, this one, and check it out, and then you find Victoria's address. And she'll tell you how just by scanning this, you can get to her and her assessment team, and they will tell you which condition you have. You don't even have to talk to her, you don't have to talk to anybody. It's that. Wengine anasema, kama haya, sema hiyo. The third thing that I have to say is that when you ignore mental health at a place of work, it then becomes expensive. One of the problems we used to have with insurance companies is that they believed, quite rightly at the time, that mental health treatment is very expensive, and it was. The reality is, treatment of stage 4 cancer everywhere in the world is expensive. So, what we have arrived at is a position where both the insurance world and ourselves understand that early treatment ensures that treatment is inexpensive. You'll confirm this? In fact, if you look, and I used to be associated with some insurance companies, I was, yeah, then I retired. If you look at the entire book of insurance companies, and this includes the National Health Insurance Fund, the component that is chargeable to mental health, Dr. Hong, 1%? 1% of the total paid by insurance companies is what it costs for mental health. And here they are telling us, no, here they were telling us that it is a 1%. Early treatment is the key. We've been told that there are 17,000 experts. And but CEO, let me tell you, you've made, I don't know whether you intended to make this point as clearly as you did, maybe it was by accident. But what we have been told is 100% correct. Look after yourself first. Maumivu ya kizidi. Uliza mama yako, uliza dada yako, uliza bwana yako, uliza shangazi. Ask the person next. By the time you reach to us, yes, we are the third, fourth, or fifth line of defense. But the only way you ensure that your second line of defense, and even the first one, is well catered for, is to come here, is to read, is to check your QR code, and then it becomes cheaper. So it's available and it's possible. We are the third or fourth line of defense. We've been told about effective interventions at work. Stigma has many faces and must be broken. I could give a whole lecture on what stigma on mental health looks like. And stigma is given a prominent position in the task force report. I will therefore not go into stigma. But the media is our #1 partner in this war. And the last thing I wanted to say, ladies and gentlemen, don't believe them. Don't believe this. We as a country are on track. There is no country on this continent, and there are very few countries in the world where a president has ever had a presidential advisor on mental health. They have on economy, on tourism, on I don't know, SMEs, or never on. We are here. Very few countries on this continent have done what we have done with the task force. We have done it. We have a clear mental health policy in this country in place. We have a very clear 5-year action plan in place in this country. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, see, I have you this morning. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frank Njenga. I have so much to learn from your public speaking skills. And you mentioned something that I feel that, I don't know whether it's just me or everyone else felt it. One of the things that Dr. Frank Njenga said that he will not go into because we have much information about it. That was a heavy assumption, that we know so much about demon possessions. He's also shared some very interesting bits of information that I think the general public needs to be exposed to, like how far we've come as far as mental health. Some people used to be arrested she will invite the panel, but before she invites the panel, we need to transition into that sound man. I would like to invite you to just stand up for a bit. Kidogo to a simple exercise. This is a transition, healthy transition. Yopatia Oskido. It's a very simple exercise. We are not making anyone dance, just move according to your mental health state. Oskido. Just move. Just move. No instructions. Some of you are going to see Dr. Confrernce as soon as this session. Sound man? I'm serious. The way you're moving reflects on the status of your life now. And some people are standing. DJ, Yamusho Tena, just move. Asante sana. Asante sana. Kwa hiyo you can take over.
All right. Thank you very much for that very entertaining session. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this very, very important forum. At this juncture, before we proceed, I'd like to invite the panelists to join me. So, Mr. Joseph Magi, please. Dr. Edna Gary. Ms. Qureshi Abdullahi. And finally, Mr. Elias Kikundi. Great, thank you everyone. You may be seated. So in keeping with the theme of today, our panel discussion will focus on mental wellness in the workplace, why it is important for us as HR practitioners, as team leaders, as business owners, also as employees, to be concerned about the quality of mental health care that we give the people who work for us and with us, and why this is such an important investment in terms of productivity. So before I launch into it, I'm going to start by introducing myself. My name is Wairo Muli. I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist for over 20 years. I am currently the lead for a new ventures section, which is tasked with creating new business lines along content verticals. Nation Health is the first of those business lines, which is why I am exceptionally passionate about mental wellness, especially in the workplace. And we will start with you, Mr. Kundi. If you could please let us know who you are and where you come from. You represent.
Thank you. I'm Elias, and I'm the chairperson, Kenya Counselling and Support Association. And I spoke earlier and mentioned personally that Kenya Counselling and Support Association has been around for the last 30 years, 31 years to be precise. And we are in the counseling and psychological space through individual counselors who are our members, 7,400 of them, and as well as organizational members, a lot of who are represented here this morning. Organizational members, we have 185 institutions, well known to you, institutions like Amani, East Africa Counselling, and Kenya Association of Professional Counselors, and many others. And we are happy to be here in partnership with Nation Media. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Abdullahi?
Thank you. My name is Qureshi Abdullahi. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute of Human Resource Management. It's the body that regulates, builds competence, and looks after the welfare of the HR professionals in Kenya. And we have about 16,000 members. If you're a business leader and employer, and everyone who is here, your HR is registered with us, not just because of the regulation bit, but we also look after their welfare. So when you mess up with them, this is where they run to. And that's why we joined this conversation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Gary.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Edna Gary Neno. I'm the head of wellness at Jubilee Insurance. Jubilee Insurance, as you all know, is the #1 insurer in Eastern Africa. We are in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Mauritius, and soon Congo. We provide insurance, of course, for medical, health, for life, and all other insurance and all other risks. I think maybe for purposes of today, I can confirm that as Dr. Frank Jenga has said, we have both cheated and now we are married back.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Mwagi. I'm the wellness manager Minet. Minet is an insurance administrator. And so we've been in this wellness program for the past 12 years. You can imagine how it has evolved over time. And I believe in this room, each and every table has an aspect of wellness that Minet has addressed. So we are here because we are evolving over time. So mental health was integrated into the wellness program, which I will talk about later. I remember as early as the late, in the insurance industry, that is for us, before we lost he launched the wellness program inculcated with the mental health act Safari. And that's how we picked up mental health integration within the wellness. So that's where we're here.
Great, thank you. Now, as we go into this discussion, I think the one thing that we can all agree is that for a long time, mental illness, mental disorders, conditions and such nature have been a huge taboo subject in the workplace. No one wants to be thought of as the, I suppose, office mad person, so we tend to keep our issues to ourselves when we're suffering them. No one wants to be the HR practitioner who insists, perhaps we should be looking at this issue because it comes with what people have perceived, including myself, up until today when I was listening to some of the speakers. We've considered this a huge expense and a very unnecessary one because the business of coming to work is to produce for the company, not to care about each other's feelings, emotions, and wellness. But then the thing is, and I think COVID taught us all of this, because when COVID came to visit us, it came with all of its children. It came with loss, it came with grief, it came with depression, it came with an inability to cope. There was a generalized anxiety, not just in our workplaces, but all over the world. So everyone was dealing with something. We didn't even have workplaces where we could socialize because there are a lot of businesses that are enforced work from home protocols. So we're all sitting there in our little corners dealing with all of this grief, loss, and depression and unable to deal with it. And a lot of the things manifested in the workplace. When we eventually started to come back to work, we're dealing with a lot more anger, we're dealing with a lot more outbursts, we're dealing with people who, I suppose we are now learning to stop calling, that one is just lazy, or that one likes to procrastinate. And now we're starting to understand there might actually be an issue that we need to deal with. So in that sense, what I'd like to do is kick the discussion off with Mr. Kikundi to give us a little bit of your expert insight into why we need to demystify mental wellness and mental illness in the workplace and why this is so important for business bottom lines.
Thank you. I would want to kick this off with a personal story, two short personal stories. Around 30 years ago, when I entered into the counseling space. One of the places I went to look for business was in the Ministry of Education. In the Ministry of Education, and I spoke to one officials, quite senior officials in the Ministry of Education, and believe you me, the question he asked me when I said we would want to train counselors, we would want to have counselors in schools and the schools for persons with disabilities. He asked me, are you talking about the Canjulas? The Canjulas in Settle, fighting in Settle. Canjulas, there was a story about Canjulas with the mayor who was in Settle back in the day. One Kimoli Mwangi. And fast forward, today we are in a space where the workspaces, they have come to a point where they acknowledge that the bottom line of their business would benefit immensely by investing in mental health. And a case example is our partnership with Minet, well represented here. It began 12 years ago. Why should you workspaces invest in mental health or in the health, that part of the health for their human resource? The human resource, first and foremost, is the number one principal area of resource that we should invest in as an employer or as a workspace. It doesn't matter how much you invest in technology, how much you invest in structures and whatever else that you invest in. If you don't invest in your human resource, then you are not investing. You are not in the right direction of investment. And that investment, over the years, we have invested immensely in the physical health, and that is for good reasons. There is no health without mental health. And if we have 1 out of every 10 members of staff that you have are struggling with their mental health issues, then we know what we are dealing with in terms of business at the end of the day. Last year, I was shocked myself at a personal level when I realized that I was struggling with 2 staff members who are dealing with serious mental health issues. They needed to see, not even just as a therapist, but they want to see a psychiatrist. At the same time, I was dealing with a family member, my daughter, who was struggling with serious mental health issues, to have a conversation with the Chilomo hospital for quite some time. And not until when we acknowledge the fact that it's part of us. It's here, and it's here to stay. And the normal human life issues that we're dealing with, they require intervention. Somebody requires somebody to listen, somebody to support them, somebody to hold their hand as they struggle with those normal human issues. They don't need to get to that level 4 to go and see a therapist, to see a doctor. They can, a lot of those issues can be dealt with across the span. Thank you.
So, in your time as the chairman of the KCPH, have you experienced an uptick in more organizations being interested in instituting mental wellness measures in their workplaces?
Immensely so, immensely so. And businesses, to begin with, the service uptake has increased in a big, big way. One of the slides that I carried with me, which I will not present, looks at the number of businesses that we have engaged with through. I spoke about the 185 agencies that are in counseling and psychology space, members of KCPA. And I work full-time with one of the agencies, Kenya Association of Professional Counselors. And we have engaged in a partnership with about 140 companies and businesses to give mental health services through EAP and wellness services. And in a typical year, like 2021, which was an exceptional year because of COVID-19, but even before that, we would see the staff from those companies ranging from 4,000 to 5,000, which is a very small fraction when you look at the population that those companies have in their staff establishment. But it's a very significant step that you can see 4,000 members of staff, 1,000 relatives from within their families, and the representation in terms of the companies cuts across the industrial organizations, companies, and in all sectors, and that's growing. It's not going down. There is an immense appreciation of counseling services from the insurance sector, the insurance industry, Jubilee, Net, and Old Mutual, UAP, and others across the spectrum. There is immense appreciation, and that's one of the things we tell employers today is that once you are engaging in a medical camp, it should have a component of mental health as a must. Let it not just be a benefit. Let it not just be a side benefit. No, let it be part of the key components that you are working with.
All right, excellent, thank you. So now we're going to go into some data that backs up the effect of mental health services on productivity in the workplace, because I'm pretty sure at some point we need to justify the expense to ourselves in one way or another. So Dr. Edna Ngari, what does the research say about the effect of mental health on productivity?
I think most of the statistics today has been shared with by Dr. Frank. It's also been shared by the group CEO as well. I've written quite a lot of the statistics that is outside there. But just in summary, is that on a national level, investing in mental health affects 4% of the GDP. So you can imagine 4% if we are, say for example, 13 or 15, wherever it is we are in. Add 4 to it, that is 20%. That is a huge margin. And I'll go back even to us as, where we work. How do we actually measure mental wellness? And before I do that, I'd like to say, just like Dr. Frank, clearly this marriage is really working. that I also feel like we are in heaven now. Only based on money, but we can also measure it in terms of qualitative. So there are two different ways of measuring mental wellness. There's a qualitative and then there's a quantitative. Eventually, whatever is quality ends up becoming quantity. Yeah? Because if you buy something that is a Mercedes, is quality, you pay for it. So it's the same thing. If we as companies see our employees as quality, then we quickly convert them into that which we feel is valuable. And productivity is no longer, I think we measure productivity as outcome. You know, what have you given me? What are the numbers? No, productivity is actually a measure of efficiency rather than a measure of outcome. And it is how efficient you do it that then makes you more productive. And efficiency is not numbers, efficiency is quality. So at the end of the day, if you have people or a machine that is working better, then the productivity is better. Same case, how then should we not measure a person? If you're measuring the machine and saying, I think if I use a Xerox printer, it is better than I don't know which other printer. Why don't we also say, if I work with an employee who is happy, it is actually better than an employee who is sad, and measure that and say this is productivity, and actually put investment into it and put that shilling or that dollar into it. So we now, even because of this romance as well, even from our end, we have seen, as he has said, many people coming and asking, we want mental health talks, we want mental. But at the end of the day, what is it doing to those people? We have talks, how many people actually come? 3, 10, 5. What is the percentage of the people who turn out for that mental health talk? So it's good also as HRs and even as companies, maybe even as a country, and even as insurance companies, that we have realized we need to personalize mental wellness so that it actually measures the productivity. And you can go back to a finance person or to CEOs and it actually matters. Because if we continue doing what we have been doing, then it will be very difficult. We'll give very difficult job to Chiroma and the psychologists to actually offer the service because we will not pay. And the insurance also, we also look at numbers. So at the end of the day, the quality must reach a point where it is meeting with the person. We personalize it. Right now, even as Jubilee, we have agreed to offer mental wellness and pay for mental wellness in the cover. There are others, of course, which are outside the cover because of various reasons, but we are very sure that each person will be able to get a counselor when they need one. Then the doctor prescribes, how many times would we do that? And by the time you go to the doctor for a headache and your issue is actually stress, you'll go to this doctor will not realize that it is stress. They'll not write for you counselor. Then next week, you'll go to another one. And then the other week, you'll go for ulcers. Then the other week, by the time you get a doctor who will actually sit down and realize that there's an issue to refer you, it is way, way, way gone. So we are now providing the services and saying, you can go to the counselor because you know yourself and you know what you're doing. And we are also encouraging HRs and even companies to invest into whatever will happen to mental wellness for that particular person, then to give us productivity. Just to give numbers, one of the highest, the countries with highest GDP is Japan. I think it's like number 3. And Japan, other than their technical and maybe what they export, and maybe they have, a robust technology they have invested in their people. In Japan, you must, it is compulsory that you have to do a checkup, compulsory. And you have to take that to the HR every year, that you have done your pap smear and you have done your what is it called? Your PSA, yes, sorry. You have to do your PSA and you have to do your pap smear. And they have so many centers that have wellness things, people go for massage here, go for steaming here, people go for, they look physical, but they are all mental. It is just for giving you peace of mind, and it increases the productivity and the efficiency on how they do their things. There is another research that was done for longevity. It is a discovery research that was done with the Discovery Channel. And this guy was funded and he was told to go and look for blue zones. Blue zones are places where you can identify that in this place, the lifespan or the longevity of these people is way beyond, that people can actually live beyond 80 years and not live beyond 80 years in sick beds, live beyond 80 years happy and healthy. So they found a place in Japan called Ikonao. So if you go there, and even Ikigai is also part of Japan, so they use the Ikigai, and there are things that they have employed there. They live with purpose, you must have purpose in your life. And the purpose continues even beyond retirement, and you can find things to do. Then they do a lot of social capital, which is what Quresh was saying. There's a lot of social capital. Grandmothers take care of their grandchildren and ABCD. There's someone must be doing something, and something that makes them happy. And then of course how they eat, and there are a lot of things that they have come up with. But that place, they found out that every blue zone, the common feature of every blue zone that they found. In America, there's a place called Loma Linda. There are other places around the world. If you can just go to blue zones, you'll be able to see if you Google. You'll find that the common feature is mental wellness. Every country that has taken care of their people's mental wellness, then things work and productivity becomes better. So for me, really, I would encourage everyone, including even, I hope that the government will actually take this up and make this a priority and give spaces and places where people can go. If Madare was a place where people got arrested, it means even the building and the structure itself is a prison, yeah? And now people can't go there. How then are we ever going to change that? Where does Mama Boga, okay, now that we are there, where does this hustler, Mama Boga, where do they go? So as we can go to Chiromo, where do they go? You can't tell them to go to Madare. No one ever says, wewe, uko na shida, nitakuchukua kamiti. No, people say, uko na shida, umetoka Madare. So we have to, I don't know, maybe even rebrand that name or something like that. But look for ways of increasing the happiness in this country, increasing the productivity in this country. And I've always been of the opinion that mental wellness is the problem why we have child abuse, and is the reason why we have gender-based violence. It goes way beyond just what we see. It has so many other things behind them that really affect the human capital of this country and of anyone. So I think that is part of our research, and I have to really still retaliate that we are here and we are available to make sure that we have conversations. If there is any other conversation that we can have with anyone that can escalate this and what we can do together, we are ready to do it and to make it work. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. You brought to light a very interesting point, because a business's biggest asset is its human resource. That is entirely who you work with. Machines don't work themselves. Your pens and papers don't write themselves. They need people, they need motivated people to come in and put in the energy and do a good job while they are at it. And some of the most agile, some of the biggest tech firms in the business, on the planet rather, are huge fans of humanizing the workplace, which is the subject that we're coming to next with you, Qureshi.
very important that you look after your human capital. Before, everyone will work towards ensuring that the shareholders are happy. But now, for those shareholders to be happy, you must first of all ensure your employees are happy. So humanizing the workplace. It should be safe to speak about mental wellness, mental health issues at workplace. And how do you do that? Again, last year in October, we did a research just within the human resource. We partnered with Chiromo Group Hospitals just to find out what is ailing. Why is it that we're not having these conversations? And it's not like, look at the statistics. When you look at Dr. Njenda, when we started practicing, nation media, as Jane has put it, when they started talking about mental well-being, it's like goes decades beyond. But why is it that COVID has brought to light? It's because our homes and workplaces were not equipped well, so we were not humanizing mental well-being. So how do we get there? Some of the things that came up is that we don't have policies that protect us. Yes, we're talking about mental health, but when you look at our policies, that HR handbook, it has different components, from onboarding all the way to the exit. We call it hire to retire. You need how to build talent, how to recruit, how to source for partners, all of it. But we left out a huge component. Even when you're talking about the medical benefits, you don't see the mental well-being. So humanizing the workplace starts first of all with yourself, and I cannot overemphasize that, and everyone talked about it. Self-care is not being selfish. If you're not taking care of yourself, then what do you have to offer? And again, as a business leader, if you're not taking care of your workforce, then what do you have to offer to your shareholders? Some things don't just start. How do we get creative and innovation at workplace if you don't have a happy workforce? And now the word is quite fitting that you're at work, you come at 8 and you're looking forward to 5 p.m. So you're not being creative, you're not being innovative, and businesses are closing. Look around. Some successful businesses now, you hear that, they're on the verge of closing down. Where were the board members? Where were the leaders? That means they've ignored one component, the well-being of their employees. Because if I am healthy up here, then I will have looked into how do we diversify our business to avoid closure. So at IHRM, when most of our members, like in a day I will receive about 7 calls like, okay, this is happening. Even, I must say, in the presence of the Kenya Counselling and Psychological Association, the industry players, Jubilee, Minet, that should have been something on the fingertips of our HR professionals on what to do next. But they realized that we're just talking about mental health, but we have not diversified. Who takes care of the caretaker? Who takes care of the caregiver? In this case, the HR. And the CEO has put it that when he has issues, the first person he runs to is Jane. Jane is his caretaker, caregiver at workplace, and she is the HR. So we take in a lot. So we need to humanize the workplace and tell people it's okay to speak out. Create that enabling environment. And let me just take you guys back. When we're recruiting, we don't consider that at some point you can have breakdown. So we always expect the best from you because you came out the top out of 99 people. So anything else doesn't matter to us. So we get it wrong from that point. So even as you hire, and I'm giving you those great stories that enabled me to get that job, expect that at some time, the journey we're going to work together, I will take a mental break because I'm not into to my right mind to continue this. So accept that. And when I don't show up for work and I tell you I'm not coming today, don't ask why. The question you should be asking is, how can I be of help? I am pausing for you to digest that. Don't ask why, ask how can you help? And the reason why I'm emphasizing on that is that I have been your best performer for the last 10 years. Today when I tell you I'm not coming to work, don't ask why. When you ask how can you help me, then you will get the answer to the question you will have asked on why. So how do we move forward? How do you humanize this? Some of the things we get wrong, and I think we as a species, that's how we inculcated. Until something is institutionalized somewhere, we don't take it seriously. And where do you start from? It's through proposals, through a policy statement. And if you look into your desks, there is this signed proposed policy statement. Please just take a minute and look at it. I think maybe we didn't put enough. So what this policy statement says, it's a proposed. You will see that it's written. So when we did our research and found out that what are the areas that the HR professionals wanted to be looked at, we did not say, go and put it in your policy, think about it, no. We used those findings to come up with a policy statement, which was like there were great minds which came together, and it would have costed everyone in this room money to come up with this, but verified through, again, if you look at the signature, the Presidential Advisor on Mental Health, the Republic of Kenya. Our former chair, Mr. Joseph Onyango, and they felt this is good enough for anyone who is willing to adopt and institutionalize matters mental health into their policy. It's a good statement. It's a good place to start from. So please take it with you. It's also, if you go into our website, it's there. See how you can incorporate into your policies through revision or even as a memo. Why is that important? Again, she talked about productivity. It's about the quality, not the quantity. Okay? At the end of the day, because again, there is a thin line between performance and productivity. I could be performing at the 3 goals you set for me, but what is the productivity level of those goals? It will help you deal with a lot of issues, absenteeism, even cut on medical expenses. Let me say this in front of the providers, including UBV. When you look after the mental well-being of your employees, then you will tell me those costs on claims of insurance will go down. And I'm sure Dr. Edna has data that proves that. So prevention comes first. And then happiness, spread happiness. I mean, behind those smiles, behind those look through, you will see some things don't just start. And as she said, some of these things were traumas maybe from our childhood. It's things that we brought with us, but we've, the term everyone uses, so-and-so is a workaholic. You need to find out why is someone at the workplace at 8 p.m. instead of them being at home. Unless, of course, they hold a global position because of the time difference. So we need to be accountable. Even as we want to get the best out of our employees, let's look after them. And that is how you get into this blue zone. Because you need to for those of us who have the cameras, and now that internet is everywhere, if I'm going to work from my rural home, then that is fine. Provided I don't have the responsibility, maybe because of my job, like the technicians, the cameramen, and the doctors, then let's be flexible and let's allow creativity and innovation. And you can only get that if you show to your employees that you care. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you. That was very helpful. I hope all of you remember the next time an employee goes AWOL, you don't ask them where were you, ask them. Exactly. All right. So I think one of the rumors that goes around workplaces is that HR exists to serve the employer, never the employee. HR exists to protect the employer from any adverse effects, right, from employee. When we want to fire someone, talk to HR so we can fire the person, things like that. But then in actual fact, what we're learning is that HR needs to be a lot more involved, a lot more. It's actually HR that becomes the humanized department that then feeds into the rest of the business. And while this has always been the case, because there's a reason that human exists in HR, right? Employees very often haven't had the chance to see, because all of it is shielded in policy and documents and contracts that we sign through HR. So yes, humanizing is important, but we also need to make sure every employee understands that the door is open for them to access mental health care and for them to be mentally well, and the onus rests entirely on HR. Isn't this what you told me, Mr. Martin? Right? If we want our workforce to be engaged in their own mental wellness, if we want to stop our colleagues and our employees from hiding inside their shells with their depression, their grief, their anger, their alcoholism, their suicide ideations, we need to open the door and get them engaged. Now, exactly how do you do this?
Thank you. Implementing a structured wellness program, which now includes the bigger mental health, is a process. And to open up my story, it's about time. We refocus, we change the shift from arguing or asking for a reduction in loading percentages during insurance, annual premiums, and such, and embraced a preventive approach. You will always look at so many medical benefit policies. There is always the wellness bit, which is taken care of by health checkups. That has been the trend until recently. So whenever you go to the HR, it's usually health checkup discount. You can go. And I concur with my other colleagues here. When you have a prescription-oriented approach, like for us, or for you to be at home, we must have a sick leave from a medical doctor. Then, at what point do we consider this person sick? When he or she went to see a psychologist, or by virtue of, like Qureshi is saying, I call him sick because not necessarily sick, I could not manage. I had a pressing issue. So we have to change the focus from discussing the loadings, making it a policy document and shelving it. In the name of, we have taken interest of the employee. One, include the employee in the discussion. Include the interest of that employee. What is Generation Z saying? Like there is the silent retirement, the silent quitting. That's the major trend now. How are they silently quitting? You can't allow me to work from the comfort of my zone, or you cannot accept my way of doing things because I know I can perform irrespective of the jurisdiction. Is that allowed? If it's not, then I'll be coming there, but in my mind, I'm already quitting. I've already gone. So again, when we do medical checkups, as much as it is an entry-level agreement, at the end of the year, or at the start of the year, or at the start of a contractual agreement during employment, I will give you my assessment. Will I continue doing it for the next 2-3 years? No. Is that all about my well-being? I've done it, I've brought it to start coming up. I'm sure even in this room, I always ask that question whenever we train mentor ambassadors. You were asked this one question when you were starting your employment. Where do you see yourself in 3 to 5 years? Have you reached there? Have you achieved? More often than not, I always find people sharing how they were surprised to get the certificate of appreciation 10 years after. The 5 years, 10 years are gone. The buck stops with them. Have you achieved where you wanted to go? Have you achieved your dream? It's like it went through the windows. So when we are doing this, when we are doing that wellness packaging, it is beyond the medical checkup. Include the mental well-being, access the service providers, access the counselors, allow sick leave from them, because I might as well decide to call my counselor and share, or I might as well, based on the environment at workplace, I might as well call the HR and share. So that's a common phenomenon that we always fail to embrace. Making it employee-centric. Instead, we focus on the organizational interest. Number 2, always cascade it. Instead of making it a policy paper, instead of making it like we have a structured system, you can go through so and so to get this. Let employees own the program. If it is a wellness program, which now comes down and includes the figure 360 degree, look at who is the patron. It could be the HR, yes, but who are the participants? Who are the daily runners in these programs? Have every division represented by ambassadors. Minet always does the trainings. We've done that for almost now, over 120 companies. Have every division represented by ambassadors, whether from the different wellness facets. Currently, it's about mental health. A 3-day or 2-day, we have experts here who are always, even I've seen Bife. We have always come up together, there is a syllabus to that, and help them bring out the issues. Why am I saying this? They will only go to that doctor when the symptoms that started like a simple headache or a simple issue like, I don't want to talk to anyone, escalated and became a big mountain such that this person just blocked. And this person stopped everybody from talking to them. By the time somebody has just blocked, it Joseph wants to bring Jack as the spouse. Point of issue here is help that employee become a good parent. How? Most of us have instituted rules in our houses by saying, I am the person who assigned this, nobody comes to this house after 10 or past this. When you institute that discussion, people will now come up with discussions. Men forum, you've always heard about them. Men forum, women and wine, not wine they drink, women and wine, where they go and wine and talk about all these issues. You see? So, why, this is on my second point. Integrate the programs, integrate the employees to own these programs of their own, such that they can discuss parenting. What works for one may not work to the other. Once you embrace them, they will come to you at the organizational level and tell you the needs that we are having now are much advanced. So can you get us, this is our program for the quarter, this is our program for the year. Engaging employees communication. Then number 3, maybe finally, funding. There is always an issue with funding, and I always reiterate this. Please, if you want to take your son or daughter to the best schools, and he or she tells you, you know what, we always do this. Whenever police, traffic, sorry for the police guys, they stop us, we start looking into our wallets, what do I have for me? Who told you you have committed a crime? But the culture in us, we are already looking at our wallets, what can I give this person? Then you have your kid behind the seat, and he's always been observing this. Then he tells you one time, Mommy, why am I all suffering? You've always been giving this guy money, and he's doing nothing. I want to be a police driver. It comes home when you bring issues down. Now, 10 years then down the line, you find this son of yours, it's like, you know what? My issue is, I want to be a police traffic. I want to be a musician. I want to be a what? Because you did not inculcate in them the real culture of well-being. Start it in the organization, let them own it, and take it out. The point of funding was, it is never enough for us to say, there is no money. With all the investments in wellness, for every 1 shilling spent, you will always get 5 shillings. Give it 3-year interval, you will get that return. And so, whenever we negotiate for lobbying, whenever we buy medical insurance products, always set aside some money for preventing health in terms of wellness programs, in terms of mental health, and even alcohol rehabilitation. It's a big challenge in the organizations. One case alone in rehabilitation centers will take 500,000 on a minimum. And so, how many of our outpatient benefit covers that? So again, when we start this discussion, the employees will come and tell you, well, I think I have a problem, because we'll get the Chiromos, we'll get all our experts to run a test on their request. Remember, it has come from them. It is not driven by the organization. Then once they embrace this, you agree on a model of payment. Some of the organizations, or clients for that matter, have told us, okay, tell us how it has worked with us. Set aside like 2 million, see how many people will come up. Now we have like an organization with over 7 people on rehabs on an annual basis, and they know
they don't find themselves in that list of the diseases listed under the occupational safety and health hazard. It means when they are away, like for example on leave, long leave which extends, it can extend way beyond the 7 days that are given by the Labor Act. They are not covered anywhere. So it is either the employer who suffers when they are away, or the person when they are not paid for the days that they are away. When it may happen that maybe even they succumb, they are not covered under WIBA as far as death is concerned. So I wonder, how can we bring that in? Is it through the HR Organization Institute? Is it through the insurance? Or is it through the mental health task force that Dr. Jagger talked about? Because I believe if it is covered, then it means even the employer will be cushioned against those days, and the emotional well-being of the organization may be catered. And they may even support such people who are away on leave and encourage the even return to work after the situation has been taken care of. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Gresha, would you like to?
Thank you. I think you've raised a very important issue. Even as we talk about currently, issues of mental health is discovered within the medical insurance, and we're not cushioned under WIBA. And that's, for me, it's something else that we were looking into, that we need to have those conversations and start influencing through policy. Because again, we've said, when we write policy or an act in place, it doesn't mean that we cannot petition it for it to be amended, especially for the business leaders. And we talk about, even as you set the fundings in place, when you bring someone to come and hold them to that position, then how do I claim for those funds? And I think the best way to answer, first of all, let's deal with it. And I'm glad the medical insurances are allowing it to be covered. But we're not cushioning the business leaders for the days that are going to be lost in terms of productivity. And how do we do that? Then it's time to revisit those policies that we put in place and look into it and see how do we cushion the business leaders and start having the conversation. And he rightly put it, come 2020, 30, things will have changed, we will have evolved, and we will walk with the journey today. Your great idea needs to be turned into a document that's going to influence policies, and we'll be willing to support that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comment?
It's a wonderful platform to talk about policies, and this is one thing I'll concur with her and the Qureshi. There is always a people-driven approach to policies. And so when we are our arm here in the eye trying to do this or research, it comes out clean. Why am I adding into this? When you look at post-trauma, somebody has lost a relative. We always experience a lot. I'm giving you a version of the 120 organizations that we address in terms of well-being and mental. So many people. Some organizations do not have even a day for grieving. It is, you must come back to work. The one that is spelled out in the Federation of Any Employees Act says, like, there are 4 or 5 days. The best you can get is 14 days. Where I come from, for those who come from there, those days elapse before I leave the town. Remember, grieving is a process, and our consultants here will tell you. 3 years down the line, you are still suffering, you are still seeing images. And when you come back after that 1-2 weeks, somebody in the office wants you to pick up the baton and run a race. So in terms of policy, it could be a people-driven, but yes, this is our appeal to the human resource management. Pick it up, especially
let me just put something out about insurance. You see, insurance greatly relies on data. Without data, it's very difficult because it's a compensation that you get. And the compensation is monetary, and that is a number. So for that number, what is the risk that is involved there? More often than not, we will measure the risk and probably be more willing to, not only us, but even anyone else who has to pay for it, is more willing to pay for the one that has the highest impact. And most of the time, the one that has the highest impact is also not frequently happening. But the things that happen more frequently, rarely do people really invest in it because then the chances are very, very, very high. However, we may need to reach a point where we collect data, and that is what has been missing for a very long time in mental health. We need to collect data, even for HR. Are you able to collect absenteeism? How many HRs collect absenteeism? How many HRs collect, these are the sick days, and the sick days amount to this much? Do we have such? Then now you can come to the insurance and say, for this, then we can make now, something out of it and say, yes, we can pay for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is the assessment mechanism. I'm happy that now, at least for Chiromo, they're doing these self-assessment questionnaires. That way is a very good way of knowing what is the risk here, how many people are too badly off, and how many people are moderate, and how many people are worse. Then we can now say, okay, let us cater for the worst, or let us cater for the middle and the worst. So I'd encourage us for that one. I think it's a very good point, and it's something that we need to look out for. How can we collect data, even as the HRs look at doing that policy? The counselors, how do you collect your data? We are able to measure malaria because hospitals can tell you this malaria queen costs this much, and these are the many people who have come. Are we able to say these are the many people who have come, it has costed this much, and these ones were very severe, these ones were okay, these ones. So it's good for the providers, the service providers, to start collecting data, HRs to start collecting data. Then now we are able to make policies and make monetary value out of it. I think let me just say this before we finish. This thing about investing, even as Mwangi is talking about investing into it, investing into mental health, this is one of the places where it's no longer bottom up. It is actually top down. Wellness is greatly top down rather than bottom up. If the top accepts, and if the top is seen to be doing well mentally, is participating in the exercises, is participating in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is being seen like, okay, yeah, actually my boss today was not in the office, he was out. The top-down works magic. And the sad part of it, over time, because I've done this wellness for about 8 years, the sad part of it is that it gets more lonely at the top. So most of the time, we look at, down here, we look down here and say, maybe this person has an issue, but if the top is fine, if your boss is happy, how is your day? Your day actually becomes happy. If your boss is sad, even if you came happy, you guys, everyone will be quiet, yeah? So it's a very top-down, it's a top-down project, and we should never forget the top. Even for the counselors, psychologists, and even us as we look at how to pay for this wellness, and even for the HRs, concentrate on the top, and then calm down, and trickle it down. It will always work.
Amen. Thank you for that. Yes.
My name is Jennifer Kimberly from Massachusetts County. I work at Liverpool International Hospital. My question is, how can we help the frontline workers who, when they are going through mental illness or burnout, the employer kicks them out and no one bothers on how they are going to survive, just because they are no longer able to work. They are in their breakdown labor. Even those who are suffering from drug addiction, no one bothers to help them. How can we cushion the frontline workers who are actually being chased out of work and no one knows how they are going to survive in their families? Yet in the first five years or 6 years at work, they were performing well. But only in 3 months, they are down and they are kicked off and no one helps them out.
Right, so just to clarify, these are healthcare frontline workers?
Yeah.
Alright. Again, I don't know, Qureshi, shall we start with you?
Thank you. And if you recall when I started, I talked about who takes care of the caregivers. And you know, our health workers are one of them. And if you recall, the cases of suicide, I think 2019, 2021, within that cadre of workforce was very high. Some of them do not even expect that they will dare do something like that. And I think the conversation, we cannot single it out. It just comes down to ensuring that you have an enabling environment. You don't, just because they're caregivers, you don't expect them that they know how to take care of themselves. You need to provide, and it just comes down again to the human resource department. Because she mentioned that we're no longer about hiring and firing. We are now strategists, we're in the boardrooms, and that's a space that we need to continue claiming. And we need to look at it holistically. Because when we're talking about health, the financial health, the social well-being of the person, the mental well-being, and look at it from all angles, ensuring that this person is safe to be here. And you cannot miss the signs. It just has to start somewhere. And even if that somewhere is not there, have the engagement that was just discussed. Ensure that there are groups that the employees can actually come together and influence decisions and among themselves come up with policies, come up with how do they want to be supported, create that circle that they can belong to and just talk about the issues. And you'll be surprised. I'm sure when we leave this room, there will be many people that will come out and discuss about their own struggles, just as Jen has shared. Just because she shared her story, many will find it okay. So I think the first place to start with is look into your workplace. How enabling is it to talk about matters of mental well-being? Are you providing the necessary support as an employer, even if this person is a front line health worker? And also look into the work schedules. Because yes, we are doctors, we are nurses, we talk about the duty rotas, but how long am I working? And when I switch off, am I allowed to do that? And what are the support system that is there for me? Do I go and just spend in my car and overdose on some drugs, and by the time I was to come back to my shift, someone finds me lifeless in the car? So have the space within your workplace that I don't have to go and take a nap in the car, but there is a place that if I want to play games or even rest, there are sick rooms, let me call them sick rooms, that I can just go lie down without any medication, without any sick sheet. And maybe there are places to play ladoos that, like, let's demystify the workplace. Let's rework our workplace to make it accommodating, regardless of what kind of a job I am doing.
Yes.
Allow me to extrapolate Jane's issue, because I believe I've encountered such 3-4 trainings. In 2018, there was was a young man, 25 years old, left the workplace at 5, went home. The following morning, everybody is expecting this person to be in the office. Lucky enough, somebody in the office knew the girlfriend, 25 years. The girlfriend, on being called, said like they spoke last in the evening at 10. Then at least there was a contact person. Can you trace him for us? Because, well, it was a sensitive environment and his services were required. So attempts to call went futile. Similar scenario. When they went, eventually the girlfriend made her way home. They found the guy dead and committed suicide. Come back to the workplace now. There is one that opened up to us last week in our training, that the boss and the relationship between the boss has gotten that bad to the point the HR has been brought forward. They want to let the lady go. 28-year-old, a child from a single mother, and the mother has just been diagnosed with cancer stage 4. That's the only parent, this is the only child. For the past 1 month, this person has just gone down and blocked everybody from him. So why am I sharing this to you? The other gentleman, there were support structures. The organizational support structures, we were called in to do group therapy, we involved our guys, our partners, Chiromo and other teams. They went down. Did all this. Structures were there. But how do you reach out to the tears that never fall? How do you reach out to the words that are never spoken? That is the Kizungukuti in the room. I've been doing so much trainings, and even yesterday, somebody was saying, tell us, when do you call it quits? Because it is toxic. So that brings into context mental resilience. How ready, how prepared are we in all this? It goes down to empowering. Tell your employees, tell everybody at work, we have these structures. But again, do they access it? Do they use it? Our culture has stigmatized it. Men only cry in the bathroom. Now, demystify that, like Vikudi said. Why should I not cry when I lose a loved one? So come back, create mental health awareness, create champions within organizations. Because if you're talking at the top has a peer. And I tell you, there is a training we had 12 senior people. They opened up and they shared in similar circumstances they were facing. So a peer will reach out to a peer. And Dr. Njenga will talk to Dr. So-and-so. Dr. Njenga will not, I will not rush to Dr. Njenga first. If I go there, I know I'm going there as a patient. My CEO will reach out to another of a similar peer. So embrace that peer approach. I will reach out to another peer, she will reach out to another peer, and within the organization, I will have a friend who will ask me, I'm going through this, so what can I do? Because they do share. And then at that point, one way of letting people become mentally stable or mentally sanitized is allow them to vent. Allow them to let it out. But to who? That is the peer we're talking about. Invest in mental champions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that contribution. I think we're just about to close this panel up, and this is a very, very important issue. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Monica Karanja. I have a drug and alcohol treatment facility in Naivasha. My question is to the insurance providers. My target group, or the people I serve, are below the poverty level. So obviously the insurance, they cannot afford the Jubilees and the Minettes to cover for the rehabilitation. So they work in the flower farms, and most of the time I do pro bono services just to help, but there's a really big need for you guys to maybe have a different program to just cover that market. Because there are plenty of people who So when I do awareness on mental health, I go to the flower farms, I start with financial planning, because most of these people get into a lot of debt. They do the freezer, so they get a small paycheck, they have nothing left to spare. And I've seen a few cases of alcoholism and mental, issues for people who have lost hope. And these are generations of people who, their parents used to work in the flower farms, so these are their 20s and 30s, and flower farms like Shakarituri that shut down, people lost their jobs, they lost their savings. That's my population, and it's a real struggle for me. I've tried always to help them, but I can only do so much. So I'm looking to see if there's a solution that you guys can implement to the below poverty level, people needing help. Thanks.
All right, great, thank you. So that's one question for low-income earners and mental health cover for them. Okay, second. All right, so unfortunately, that is the last question that I can take. So very quickly, Dr. Mary, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I think it's sad that Dr. Frank is saying that he was in the former government. I wish he was still on. Then he'll be able to push that. However, I get you, I hear you. And the good thing about what you're doing is that there's a provider, you are a service provider who is actually taking care of that kind of market. As I had earlier said, the people who are on that market, they don't really have a service provider who can give that and do at a very low cost. So yes, because it is something that we've already done for the people who are on the high cost, it is just about replicating and seeing what margins can we, what amount can that be. We'll just have a discussion with you and then agree and see how to go about it. We do have covers that are for micro, because now we're going into micro insurance, and as the government is going through this UHC, and the foundation of UHC is primary health care. It's really making primary health care accessible and addressing financial protection and making affordable those services. Yeah. So I think you're in the right direction. We'll just see how to talk and then scale that. Yeah.
Great. On that note, I'd like to say thank you to all the panelists for the time that you have given us today, and thank you so much for your insights. I'm sure that everyone listening has managed to walk away with a little bit of information. We are severely over time, others that have given all of us a chance to say one last word before we go. But otherwise, please feel free to reach out to the panelists after this session in case you have those burning questions that we couldn't address. Please feel free to address them after this session. And thank you so much for spending this time with us.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. I believe this session has very many employers in-house. Head of Corporate Affairs, Bwana Machoka. I see you guys, but I'm very concerned. I don't see you guys practicing. I've not seen anyone practicing. How can I help you? How can I help you? I am very concerned. I'm very concerned. And another a point of correction. I have a lot to say about the panel discussion, a very healthy discussion. But Mr. Joseph Mwangi had an example, a very prone example, about your child being in the back seat and seeing you giving a bribe to a police officer. If anyone in the back seat can see a driver giving a bribe to a police officer in Kenya, that's someone with an extreme sense of vision. From what I know, that's one of the most secretive affairs. Watching police officers getting a bribe requires top-level investigations planned for days. You've seen how those notes are pressed before they are handed to the police officers. I think that's why the Kenyan currency is so pressed in the global market. No, seriously. And I think that's why money issues top in the list of pressing issues once again, and I feel for the shilling. Now, a quick run through to presentations from some of our partners who have helped us make this possible. Please, to represent Chirogo Group, Dr. Vincent Hongo, and Hongo is not a Kiswahili word in this case. As I'm told that Dr. Hongo has gone to see off the chairman. So next, oh, he's here. Wapi makofi yake?
To the CEO of this great media house, Nation Media, in absentia, to the executive leadership of Nation Media present. I can see my friend Clifford here. We meet on many fora. To the ED of IHRM, our great partner, many stakeholders here. I can see my friend Mr. Joseph Mwangi, Dr. Edna, my former classmate. Good morning. I do not know where to start, but I am a very happy man. Today, normalization of the conversation on mental health is a reality here. Let's clap for ourselves. As I was walking out, my chairman, I've met a gentleman from Arusha who has come specifically for this Nation Media Group, the organizing committee, Hongera Queen. After in this space, CHG, Chiromo Hoto Group, we lead it at the front. And we understand where it should be. The statistics have been shared here to tell you 1 billion people of the 8 billion people inhabitants of this earth have a mental illness. The WHO states clearly that 300 million people alone and rising have depression. We are here talking about workspace, we are talking about home. The places of work, as ED will tell you, have shifted. The places of work moved closer to our homes. I wake up and I see my wife already at work and I wonder, okay, when do they have our conversation? I'm happy that we are having many people who moved into this room because they work from that space at home. There is no health without mental health. It has been clearly stated here. We come closer home, the CEO stated it clearly, that OP, IP, the figures are clear. 25%, 40% have mental illnesses. How many know less than 25%? The stigma and discrimination is just so high that we exclude so many from accessing dignified quality mental health care. We as CHG, we live at the front. Dr. Frank Jenga, Dr. Maxwell Okonji, Dr. Frederick Owiti, Dr. Ndirangu, 26 years ago came together and founded this great brand to provide dignified, quality mental health care beyond the stigma and discrimination that they face. Stories have been shared here. And last year, the immediate former first lady of this great country, Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta, launched the Tufunguke initiative that let us on the families of stigma and discrimination and talk of our mental health care needs at places of work, whether they are those confined structures, at home, in jammers, many restaurants, in traffic. Let us talk about our mental health care needs, free of discrimination. Today, if you come to see Dr. Jenny and you're given a sick of shit, the diagnosis states bipolar disorder, schiz, or substance use disorder, how many of us will be comfortable to take it to our employer or supervisors that I have this sick of shit? Our supervisors immediately, if you are a very high performer immediately, your capabilities are questioned. If you are a very good engineer, technician, in whatever space you serve in, that comes into question. That is overt discrimination. Much has been done in terms of policy. Ministry of Health, the former CS, Senator Kagwe, they've done a lot. The presidential advisor, they've done a lot. Today we stand tall as mental health care actors saying that there is the Mental Health Amendment Act 2022 that was published on the 27th June 2022. Kindly, to the HR practitioners, please read it. We will come to you. We are already engaging with the insurers. We are already engaging with IRA on how to share it. It is a law. It is no longer a rumor. That anyone who has a mental illness must be provided with adequate medical insurance and mental health care services. They should no longer be discriminated upon. A holder of NHIF card is entitled to the same. The sub-limits that we see Dr. Edna Joseph Mangi inflicting on those with mental illnesses, please be aware. The World Health Assembly in 2028 stated that mental illness, they expanded the 4x4 NCD approach, the 5x5 NCD approach, and stated that mental illness and related neurological diseases are NCDs. So when you talk about cancer, when you talk about diabetes, hypertension, chronic respiratory illnesses, you cannot talk about those without talking about mental illnesses and related neurological diseases. There's a lot more that we can talk about here. You should no longer, the same energy we have spent in catering for those with cancers, diabetes, hypertension, the World Health Assembly in 2018 stated so. They expect a report in 2024 from the member states, the CSs of health. They expect a progress report. And what we are doing today is what they expect of us. Way forward, how do we act? As CHG, it is clear. Awareness, the four-pronged approach, mental health policy, as per the MOH, we are doing all that. We are here today with you. But closer home, in our places of work and at home, we have these digitized tools. The wellness programs, the self-administered wellness tools. For prevention of mental illnesses, for prevention of diabetes, hypertension, we go for these physical checkups that our bosses stated. But what do we do about mental illness? So if you allow just 1 minute, I'll ask Victoria, we have these cards. Victoria, kindly come. This is the only message you want to pass today to all of you who are here, who honored this invite on behalf of Nation Media. Thank you, Victoria. Kindly take us through the only thing, and that's what we invite you to do at places of work, at home, in your social spaces. Asanteni, and remain Tufunguke mental wellness champions. Asante.
So I believe most of you got this bookmark. Most of you got it. So what you'll do is position your phone where this card scanner, this code, you can either use the camera or use your QR scanner. Then it will bring up the website of Chicago Hospital. For those of you who haven't can do it practically. So in the drop-down menu, you will see resources. And what it's going to bring to you will be self-administered questionnaires. You have one on burnout, for example. We have one in humane, we have one on anxiety. So it's self-administered. The result that you get, you have the ability to give us your number for us to call you back if you need help. It's very anonymous. You can do it in the privacy of your office, in the privacy of your bedroom, wherever. When you're feeling low, you're feeling sad, you can try the pitch to die. When you're feeling that you have too much exhaustion, you can try the burnout. So I don't know who has been able to access it. Are you successful? Ones who have tried it? You've been successful, yeah? So it's very self-explanatory. You just fill it in, you get the results. It will tell you at what level you may be in, and if you need further help, you can leave your number, you can leave your email address, and you can get back to you. And remember, it is very anonymous. So if you don't have one, there's a Chiromo just out there, and you can actually pick one and then try and do it from the privacy of your own safety. Thank you.
Asante sana watu makofi ya Chiromo Group. Thank you very much. Very passionate speech there, Dr. Vincent. But there's one statement you say that needs to be studied. I wake up in the morning and find my wife already when we needs to be studied. And now please allow me to invite Mr. Joseph Mwangi for the Minet Insurance Brokers. Atupatie tu dakika mbili. Sio? You speak very well. Tutaweza kumaliza haraka.
As they are, good morning. As they are setting up my presentation, please, on the same wavelength with Chiromo, I will do, I know I'm talking about employee engagement in health and well-being. There is no way you will go and engage employees there if I don't engage you. There is no way I'm engaging in a presentation without engaging you. Please, can we all rise up? Just stand. I know you've been sitting. Rise up wherever you are. So, and this is how we usually start our training in mental health and wellness. We usually start with a warm-up, and that warm-up, today I'm not going to tell you to sweat or do what. It's just a teaser. You might have found it when you scanned that document from Chiromo. I'll do it later. Thank you for being our good partners. One question I always ask whenever I do this, and it boils down to what is happening in each and every one of us. If I read that statement and you find it okay with you, it's affecting you, or to some limit you've been affected, you will sit. That means you're out of the game. Have you ever played that game? Yeah, so the simple thing, if you feel that you've been affected, the statement touches you, sit, you're out. Leave the rest until we get that one man, one lady standing. In the past 2 weeks, you've lacked sleep, both in quality and quantity. Hata sijamaliza mmekaa. Are you seeing? Singamaliza statement, you can sit. If you feel already you are affected, sit. Remember, the statement was continuing. In the past 2 weeks, you lacked sleep, both in terms of quality and quantity, or one of them. And the sleep could be lacked because maybe a target has not been met, pressure from work, communication with your partner, or okay, I didn't say it, I didn't mean it. Or things have just gone down the drain, the unexpected happened. Sit. That's number one. Number two, even if you are sitting. Number two, we want to see the last person. There is a table that all of them have sat. You woke up in the past 2 weeks. You've woken up sad or withdrawn to a point things are not working, and you must have been required to go to work. You literally call for, please, when is the next public holiday coming? Sit. By the time I'm done with 5 questions, I'm seeing no one standing. Number 3 more to go. No sooner, I believe we have gone through this English. That's my lovely primary teacher. No sooner are you paid than you are broke. Sit. Number 4, I'm almost done. I want to see the person standing with me. You have exhibited some aspect of overindulgence. It could be you've overindulged in excessive sleep, excessive work, eating, or even, I did not mention. What was that? Phone, yes, your partner, meals time, everything, overindulgence. You just replaced a good trade with something that you have gotten addicted to. Sit. How many are we having? They're accountable. Are you seeing? And this is the elite group. We have not spoken to your employee right at the ground. That is the nature of work that is ahead of us. The last one. You have, in the past 1 week now, in the past 1 week, you have not found time to get physical, get something doing for you to sweat. Exhale. So I'm having the last 3 ladies standing, and 4, 5. They are no men. They are all ladies. A round of applause. And you can believe you me, the psychologists will tell you, I don't know, it starts from birth order. Who develops resilience, the male or the female? And that is why we have 5 ladies standing. Typical example at workplace. Now that takes me to the employee engagement. This is the kind of engagement we do with our, when we do a mental health or wellness program. Why am I doing both? Because there is no mental without wellness. Like I alluded to it before, we will not start with the medical package. The issue that we discussed at the boardroom when we are renewing schemes, that what will you offer? Ask, push Minette, push Jubilee, push whoever is on the table. Ask them, please, what are you going to do to us in terms of well-being? Health checkup is not enough. Start from there. And if it is not packaged well, then they will send you a fee because it comes with at an investment level. So, I'm going to talk about why the health and wellness, and then basically, please, the timekeeper, that exercise was just to energize. I just took tomorrow's time, so I'm starting now. And so, where did we start from with wellness? We started from, that's 10 years ago. This is the data we were using. After every year, we analyze your medical scheme. We analyze what you have. So when we come pitching for your wellness, where are we coming from? That is usually the first point of entry. Are you expecting us to do an activity-based? Activity-based wellness, I'll do it purely. Don't ask me for the impact 3 years later. As opposed to an objective-centered wellness. Period. So from here, what does your claim look like? Out of the 15 chronic diseases, what is eating into your 100 million? You are basically investing in curative services as opposed to prevention. So basically, the eight medical conditions, the 15 chronic conditions can be mitigated by 8 factors. And number 3 here, why it is highlighted, is poor stress management. How many did we have sitting with the 5 questions? And remember in the mental health survey, the one we start with pre-survey during training is almost 10. At the tail end of the training, you shall have known why. So, the factors underlying stress is number 3, and it comes. It contributes to the development of the wellness program. Then we go to the risk initiated. What is the cost? What is the effect of ill health? What is the role? Where do we mine our data? We look at the workplace factors. Workplace factors. If you ask anybody to demarcate, in every training we do, we have these tennis balls and we play them. Somebody has to demarcate which ball was heavier, which ball kept falling. And that is the time we identify what is this, and most of them related to the workplace factors. Issues carried from work affect home. Issues carried from home affect work. And we have not spoken about ourselves. That is now the health factors. That is just coined into health, but it is the self. My issues, I've shelved them. They are out there. I don't want to speak about them because I'm just carrying you towards the workplace or maybe the environment I am in. I don't want to get out of, sorry to use that, I don't want to get out of my marriage because what will the church say? What will the public say? So you stay there until somebody puts a knife onto your chest. That's the time you say it was better to get rid of you than let people know what is going on. This is a typical example. You demarcate all the 5 questions we've asked plus the other 5. We do a cluster and tell where is the illness, where is the factor. And then we go to the next. Look at this. This is just up to Q3. Minet has over 300 portfolio of corporates with access to EAP, Employee Assistance Program. By Q2, that is end of June, one organization can be having 10,000 people, another can be having, this is a data that has been mined from almost 17 corporates. Is it enough? 237 people called in. Where is the stigma? Now that is the elephant in the room. Why are people not calling despite having the structures? You can say we have, we provide, we do what? The structures are there, but why are they not calling? Because you are doing it just like the question that was asked in plenary. We are doing it as an organization-centered objective, vis-a-vis the employee-centric. The employer has owned it. You've not brought it down to the employees to own. And that is why you can see, when you go to Dr. Congo here, stress and anxiety. This will be camouflaged with several tests before we head to Chiromo. I shall have gone, or this person shall have gone to Obakan, to wherever, with all battery of tests, including MRIs. So if I present you another report, not today, about medical utilization management, how this is broken down, how much goes to outpatient, how much goes to this. At the tail end, you realize that it was just stress and anxiety. This person has wiped out a whole outpatient benefit of 300,000. We did not put the structure in. We have the structures, we did not cascade it down. How then should you do it? No, I don't know. Who is the people to tell me how many minutes I have? 30 seconds. Include the one that I did on your behalf. Okay, then how do you do? That quadrant circle is about program communication. Program communication, communication, communication. Integrate the patron, let it come from top, go down. Let your program be driven by data. What Dr. Ngali was talking about. Data from your ailments, data from the, currently we adapted from WHO's stepwise survey. It includes around 7 variables with around 42 health risks. That is what has been guiding us. And recently we now included the mental health into it. And then go now down to initiate sustainable projects. That's the third quadrant. Workplace advocacy. Let the employees run with it. Let train, develop champions. Recruit wellness ambassadors. Come to Minet, they will train for you. We will get all the stakeholders in the room, like there is a syllabus, a curriculum for mental health, a curriculum for wellness champions, for them to embrace and know which programs talks to who. Have a wellness coordinator, and I'm glad the HRs in the room. Nowadays, this portfolio has a budget, and it has a person in the name of employee relations and wellness coordinator. Use that person now to derive metrics. That's the last quadrant. Those metrics are the ones that will tell you whether the program is running. My final slide. Last year, the World Economic Forum, PwC, and even Alliance, they had a conference on wellness. What is working? And apparently, when we joined, the 6 steps will be the guiding principle in the current implementation. Where were they sitting? It was a review of post-COVID. Now that is where mental health became a huge agenda. And what are the 6? 360-degree approach in wellness. It's not about health checkup in your benefit. When you have that wellness coordinator, when you have that wellness manager, are they implementing employee-centric? Is it structured? Is it objective-centered? Or it is an activity we've done, we feel good, we go. At the tail end of 3 years, what can you show? People came, we have the program. People came, people did. What is the impact? You're still having suicides, like the case I shared. You have suicide, but the structures have been there for the past 3 years. What was not working? Make it become an objective-centered approach. A hybrid system can work. It has always worked. But remember, attach objectives in line with this person. Number 2, mental health. Like I said, it came out as a post-COVID measure. Prioritize. If you read that report of World Economic Forum 2021, prioritize mental health, mental health, mental health. Prioritization includes, even including structures. Do you have those counselors in your panel? ABC is here, Money is here. Do you have them in your panel? Do you accept sick leave from them? Can you call them when an event has been triggered? When an ATM has been vandalized, a bank has been robbed, staff don't want to go in there. Who is the first point of contact? Of course, they will call you. And one thing before I get out of this is the time when guys are going for retrenchment. We call it every kind of name. Restructuring. Another name? Call it whatever. Our experience has been with Generation Z. They're waiting for that time when they will get that lump sum money, windfall. Then here you are saying, the company, you've written your nice email, the company is waiting or is intending to let 200 people go out of 1,000. And so, we are going to run a survey, or we are going to call you for a meeting to prepare you. Mistake. Take that from me. You call me net, we come to you to do what? To do a debrief or a preparation, financial, to prepare them. Try this, we tried it with almost 7 organizations. Let employees know that mental resilience training in effect now. Let them know that the company is intending to restructure. Give them the option as number one. Tell them, like, you know what? By this day, we should. So anybody volunteering, anybody who wants to go, please come. For the 7 organizations we've done this to, almost all of them, when they did that, one wanted to let 120 people go. The email alone, the responses, the people wanted to go were 180. Now, the next volume was, how do we retain 60? The bigger picture was, the bigger question again, how do we retain this 60? Are we sure they are the people we do what? We require. Now that is the game changer. Because as Joseph, I will be like, okay, there is windfall. I'll go and do that investment without any interest rates. But again, once I step out, that was the reasoning of these guys, once I step out, of course you will come to me, I become your consultant. Double game. Reason out, send that out to them, instead of making people go into depression and suicidal ideations. Employee engagement, like I said, let it be owned by employees. Train them, recruit wellness ambassadors, recruit mental health champions, call the experts to come and train you. There is a curriculum. Have a policy in place. Then have committees of such. Why are we integrating this into the 360 degree? It's beyond physical wellness. I will be very happy with the hybrid system. I come to the office when it is really necessary. I have a meeting or I'm an essential service. Otherwise, I can achieve from any remote area. Tech survey, the Generation Z. This other generation is getting out because they are tired of being micromanaged. So, get the technical gadgets that are required, that resonate with the Generation Z. Then, digital, you realize nowadays we don't like queuing in hospitals. Please, embrace, we have our providers in the room. Embrace technology. Embrace telemedicine. Embrace any other approach that brings health and well-being together. And so, develop metrics to determine your return on investment. Let it not be pegged on monetary values alone. Lastly, this is the kind of, if you are ever asking an insurance or Minet to come and do a wellness check for you, please let them give you the classifications of the result. It's not like, what was the blood pressure, what was the cholesterol level, what was this for my team? How many people? There is this individual report on the left, on my left. Then on the right there is a group report. What is the aggregate of participants? I hope there is no name of the organization. 153 participants were in green. So there is an activity to do for the green in the name of prevention. There is an activity to do for the moderate. Likely, actually, fortunately, the red zone has 0 here. There are points when we have at 12 red zones. Those are direct referrals for primary care with the cardiologist and nutritionist and everybody, including men. So this is the integrated approach. And so, lastly, the survey you just did when you were standing. We've done almost 2,000 people since we started training, almost 17 companies. Today there is a training going on, and we have extended this to Ghana, like 9 Pan-African countries. Virtually. Like Ghana is a real disaster. They actually want us to go there in person. So, not able to sleep just like us, 32%, 651. These are people within Nairobi not sleeping. Just because, not that they are feeling good, they are watching movies, no. Sleep cannot just come. Issues. Then you are here, you made a decision in the past that if given a chance, you would revisit and do it differently. Which decision was it? To the room? I didn't ask. Sad, depressed, you can see where we are. Not saving money, really. Even the government is not saving. Good. That is the scenario, and then that is the matrix. So develop your matrix, call the experts to help you develop the matrix. Thank you.
Asante sana. Very interesting game you had there, but I think I have a question about the order of the questions, because I don't understand how you asked or about people who had trouble sleeping. And then the next question that came was a question about no sooner do you get, as soon as you get paid, you are broke. And this person was still standing. How did they sleep?
I'm also wondering why they were still standing.
Sawa sawa. Asante sana. Another round of applause for me. Sawa sawa. In the interest of time, I'll go straight to Pranik Health East Africa. Representative is Virginia Nyaga. Virginia Nyaga? Tafadhali. Wapi makofi yake? How many minutes do we give her? How many minutes? Yes? 4 minutes. Sawa sawa, soundman, hebu tupatie mziki ya kutuliza roho for 2 minutes.
All protocols observed. My name is Virginia Nyaga. I am a life coach and a pranic healer. And I'd like to talk to you about something that we probably have not considered, or maybe we have, but don't have much knowledge about it. We've talked a lot about even the technology that we have around mental health and mental wellness. And I'm going to talk to you about something that is probably what we call out of this world. And what I'm talking about is pranic healing. How many of us have heard of pranic healing? So there's like about 3 people in the room. Okay, 4, 5. Out of, yes, I think now we know it's probably something that's out of the world. Let's start here. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. This is something we learned in science when we were in school. Do you all remember this? Yes? It can only change form. Now everything is energy. We've talked about this throughout the day, ranging from our relationships. I think we've had plenty of examples of how relationships are an exchange of energy. Sometimes it's a physical exchange of energy, unfortunately. Sometimes it's an emotional exchange of energy, which means that, what we're talking about, silent treatment, that is still an exchange of energy. Money is an exchange of energy. That is why money is called currency, because it is current. It needs to be moving. It's current. It's a current moving. So that's why it's called currency. Success or failure, I think this is something that we talk about a lot in our workplaces, is also energy. People who think more of success are more successful. People who think more of failure are more of failure. Do you think people like Warren Buffett and Bill Gates are sitting somewhere thinking about failure? No, because that is what the energy that they want to put themselves in. Health. I think now as we talk about mental wellness, mental is connected to emotional. If you're thinking joyful thoughts, you have joyful feelings. If you think unhappy thoughts, you have unhappy feelings. So
everything that you are doing right now, you are creating from your mind. It is all connected. So as much as we keep talking about mental health, it is actually mental and emotional health, correct? Agreed? So let me tell you a bit more about what pranic healing is. And to do that, I will use this really short video. It will probably give you more information than I will in a very short period of time, given I've been given 4 minutes plus 5. So let's just have a look at what this video is about.
From the moment we are born, situations arise in our lives that cause stress, fear, anger, frustration, negative emotions that are stored inside our aura like gray clouds. These gray clouds will later appear as disease, pain, or psychological disorders. Some people drink to temporarily forget about their problems. Some others smoke, which adds to their problems in the long run. Some take medicine, which may clear the symptoms for a while, but either has side effects or might just come back in the future, since the cause has not been completely removed. The solution is simple. It's important to know that we have two bodies, the physical body and the energy body. Just as we take a daily shower to clean our physical body, our energy body also requires constant cleaning to stay balanced, centered, and healthy. One of the solutions available for cleaning the energy body is pranic healing. With pranic healing, we are able to identify problems and inner obstacles and carefully remove them from the aura using a simple procedure that involves no touching and no instruments. It's so simple anyone can learn to do it. When our aura is clean, bright, and attractive, we attract good people, good relationships, and good luck, prosperity, and success. Nothing will seem impossible, as we'll have removed internal obstacles. Another solution is the meditation on twin hearts. Another simple meditation, it gradually helps flush the dirty energy of the aura out of the system. It also improves our intuition and increases harmony and world peace. Learn more by asking us about pranic healing. From the moment.
So I think we've seen that traumas can come from when we were children all the way until today. And it can be in any form. It could be something that was brought up by grief. It could be something that was brought up by violence, and so on. At the end of that video, we talked about twin hearts meditation. I think we've all had the prayer, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. This is one of the most powerful meditations that we teach through pranic healing that helps to cleanse what we are calling your aura, which is the field that is around you. Now we keep talking about how do we heal by looking at the root of disease. This is how you do it. Because a lot of ailments first exist within the aura, what we're calling the aura, or the invisible body, before they manifest in the physical body. So when you're able to heal the invisible body, you're able to either, one, reduce the amount, how much it manifests in the physical body, or you're able to even prevent it from manifesting at all. Say, for example, if you have a cold or a flu, if you're able to heal the invisible body first, or the aura first, you're able to prevent that cold from manifesting physically. If you don't believe me, yes, as I said, technology goes beyond our computers. Come and see us after this. So, one of the things that we're doing pranic healing is what we call pranic psychotherapy. We're currently talking about mental health, and we have a way in which that we can help every single person to deal with these conditions that you see on your screen. We have been talking about a lot of them throughout the day, and there is a solution coming from treating the root cause of the disease. So if you're again interested in this, please see us after this. Now, we also spoke about how it's possible for the emotional or mental issues to manifest themselves in physical form. So we're talking about things like headaches. You find someone has a bit of, like physical issues, things like even the NCDs we're talking about, the non-communicable diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, and so on. They first manifest as emotional issues, and then they become physical issues. And if you're able to deal with them from the point where they were emotional, you can help people to prevent them from becoming diabetes, high blood pressure, and some cancers as well. So through pranic healing, we're able to heal all sorts of conditions, even the physical ones. Some of them very quickly, say for example, like if your child has a high fever, you're able to deal with that high fever within hours, without medication. Wouldn't that be great? Imagine if you had a number of pranic healers in your organization and you were able to heal them of all sorts of conditions. How many people would be calling in sick? Not so many. With a combination of counseling, psychotherapy, and so on, pranic healing can be also a very powerful tool to help your organization become more productive and to help your people to be even more healthy. As you can see here, what pranic healing does is it actually increases the rate of healing by 3 times the normal rate of healing. So if it was going to take you 7 days to get over a cold, what if it just never happens? Or what if it takes you 1 or 2 days to heal? Wouldn't that be great for your organization? Wouldn't that be great for people in general? Because organizations are people first before they are organizations, true? So we also offer a number of corporate programs. One of them is the basic pranic healing program, which is where we get to learn a lot about energy. It's the basis of everything that we do in pranic healing. You're able to even learn how do you help your colleague. You say they fainted in the office. Are you able to help them quickly so that they are able to come back to us and you're able to heal them as quickly as possible? Imagine if you had a number of pranic healers in your company. Again, how wonderful would that be? We also have a spiritual business management program, which helps to look at how do you connect spiritual systems with running your business. And there are a number of people who we recommend this for, including organizations and so on. Now, as I mentioned, pranic healing, it is a school. We do have quite a number of programs that we run, ranging from healing series to the spiritual series, as well as the manifestation series. Now, you can do all of them, like I have, or you can do some of them, and at the end of the day, you still end up being on top. So, I'll leave you with these few remarks. For many of us, we tend to stay rigid in the beliefs that we have, especially like when it comes to our spiritual beliefs, our beliefs about health, our beliefs about business. I know this thing, and this is all there is. The moment you can get yourself out of that tunnel vision and start looking at the possibilities that exist outside of that tunnel, you come to realize that the solutions we have are numerous. Now, just to finish off, as much as you might be thinking, energy healing, really? Yeah, energy healing has existed in Africa for years, millennia. It has been there for a very long time. I don't know if you remember any time in your life when you saw an elder person, maybe let's say it was your grandmother or something, with either a feather or a branch or even a broom, doing something like this on somebody sick, and they're telling you that they're warding off the illness or they're warding off the evil spirits. They call them evil spirits. That is energy healing. And energy healing has existed in Africa since the times of Kemet, which is about 3,000 years ago. So it is available for us now. It has been created by our great teacher who has made it safe for us to also practice. I think you even know about the shaman in South America. They're able to do energy healing and so on. This is a more advanced system that we have been able to put together to teach people here in Africa. In fact, in Africa, we are in a number of different countries, including Kenya, Tanzania, a lot of West African countries, and we are also in 120 other countries around the world. So thank you very much for your attention.
Asante sana.
Questions?
Before we actually let you go, thank you. Round of applause. Asante sana. Also compliments, a very nice cartoon representation. representation, the graphic representation, but I think, is it by design that when the guy was showering, they only focused on one body part? Okay. Another clarification for all the bosses in here today. You say that money is energy. Money is energy. Can I use that for a salary negotiation? I can go to the HR and tell them that the energy I'm getting from the company is affecting my output.
You can try.
Asante sana. Wapi makofi yake? Also, I think our next speaker is Benjamin Kamoye from the Leadership Circle. Benjamin Kamoye. Hey, that's a bright haircut. Wait. Hey, nice. Karibu sana. Wapi makofi yake?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Benjamin Kamoye, and coming on the stage is my boss, Samin Jeroge. He is the Leadership Circle Regional Director for East Africa. Samin, you want to say something? Good morning. I wave in the air, but I'm so happy to be here with you today. I'm so happy to be here with you today. And like most of you, at the beginning of the year, you have goals. How many have goals in the beginning of the year? So I have goals in 5 areas of my life. In my fitness, that is mental fitness, my emotional fitness, my physical fitness, in my family. I just have a small baby, a baby boy. I have big goals for him. In my finances, Benjamin, I want to double my income. How many want to double the income? Oh, you guys don't believe that. The 4th one are big goals for my fulfillment, which is my personal and professional development. And the lastly are big goals for my faith, because I'm a person of faith, my oneness with God. Then something happened. In January 16th this year, I woke up very well. I went to my son's room. I fed him milk. I went back to my room. And immediately, just like this, I fell down. My wife took me to the hospital, and I was wondering what had just happened. And at the hospital, I realized I'm losing power in my hand, I'm losing power in my leg, I'm going blind, I cannot speak. And the doctors came and told me, son, you just had a stroke. Son, you just had a stroke. And then there is no cure for you. The only cure is exercise. There's no pill to take, there's no medicine to take, you just need to exercise. And at that point I was like, I'm so young, I have a bright future, how did I get a stroke? How did I get a stroke? And my health went from bad to worse because I was taken to HDU and I lost the reflex of my insulin, so they had to put a hole in my stomach. And then the worst thing happened to me, I went mad. Tell a neighbor, he went mad. It's serious by day, I went mad. My mind could not handle what was going on. I went mad. And I was hallucinating. Instead of seeing people, I was seeing animals. Like all of you, look like animals. Benjamin used to come to see me. I see him as a baboon. I see him as a snake. It's the first time I'm hearing of that. But there's one thing that really kept me alive in that hospital. I remembered my purpose in life in those 5 areas. In my fitness, in my faith, in my fulfillment, in my family. And I said, I'm not going to die. I'll work hard, I'll do those exercises. And I was told actually that my case will take years to heal. Very many years to heal. But I'm standing before you, it's just been 9 months. Because of the purpose and the determination I had to stay alive. So Benjamin, that's my story.
Now, thank you so much, Sammy. I've known Sammy for more than 10 years. We went to the university together,
and I know him to be a go-getter. He's got this fighter spirit within him. But one of the things that Sammy is not telling you this morning is that prior to this incident that was unexpected happened in his life, there's some work that he had been doing behind the scenes, beneath the surface. Sammy is a certified coach. And so I also, as a certified coach, have benefited from just some of the work that Sammy's been able to do. And we want to give you a glimpse into that, because the conversation we're having today about mental health and awareness of how we can influence the way that we show up when life happens is critical. Let me not talk more. On your table, you may have seen something like this. You are wondering, what's the trick? I want you to clear your table, get some space, have a pen and a paper. Make sure you're looking at the side that says round 1. Right at the top, it's written round 1. Everybody, get a piece of paper, get a pen, put the samosas and the tea and the cakes aside. We'll get to them in a minute. We want to demonstrate something here. And if you think asking that question, I want to demonstrate something. Do you have your pen in your hand? Okay. Let me give you some instructions, okay? Let me give you instructions. On that sheet of paper, there's a random set of numbers from the number 1 all the way to number 88. This is not a trick activity. So they are not tricks, secrets, or hacks. It's just a paper with numbers. You're looking at it and you have a pen in your hand. Here's what I want you to do. When I say start, do not start yet. When I say start, I want you to circle as many numbers as you can from 1 to 88, which is the highest number. Please don't start. Please don't start. But here is the catch. Do not circle a number until you found the number that precedes it. In other words, we will go in numerical sequence. So the moment I say start, look for number 1. And if you don't find number 1, don't circle any other number. Does that make sense? Oh, you may see number 3, but don't circle it until you've circled 2. And until you've circled, if you see 47, don't circle it until you've circled 46, 45, 44, 43, 44, all the way until 1. So are we all together? This always happens when we do this activity. So if at the end of this activity someone tells you, I found 90, you know they were not following the instructions. Are we all together? Now, you will have 30 seconds. Let me take out my watch so that we can time this activity. Are we all together? We all have 30 seconds. Everybody has a pen and a paper in their hands. Are you ready? On 3, 2, go. Numerical sequence. 20 seconds to go. 15. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Pens down, pens down, pens down. Pens down. IBC is in the room. Pens down. Pens down, pens down. All right. What was your highest number? Shout your highest number. Did I hear 30? Anybody got 30? Sir, you got what? 88. I want to see that. I need to check that out. Right on. There was no trick, sir. I wanted you to circle every number. You circled all the numbers in a bunch. Let's give him a clap for Big Shout. I love that. Thinking out of the box, yeah, it comes in handy at some moments.
got round 2. Go with me here. I want us to demonstrate something powerful. And the question that we are asking is, look at me for a second. Can we, like Sammy, having gone through a death experience, so to speak, I was there. I was there through the whole journey. I found Sammy chained to his bed because he's going through hallucinations. He's punching the doctors. He's drinking, he's feeding through a pipe. Sammy can't believe this. He's just coming into the consciousness of what has happened to me, what's going on. And if you would call that the blow that meets you in life, how can you prepare? How can you prepare to navigate? That's the key thing. How can you prepare to navigate through life's events? I don't know what pop quiz any of you is going to get the moment you walk out of this door. But are you prepared? Do you have the resources to navigate those moments? We'd like to say everyone in the room here is a graduate of MSU University, making stuff up. And we do have within us something that's called a meaning-making system. And when life happens, we ask, why is this happening? What does this mean? And because from a very young age, as you saw in the video, which was really, really good, we make meaning. This means that. And that influences our mental wellness. It influences our ability to navigate through life. So what if you actually would have the capacity to uncover the patterns that run you? The patterns that determine the way you make meaning of things. Wouldn't that be cool? Do you think that would kind of prepare you to reframe your thoughts and navigate through life's moments? Let me demonstrate in a second. Round 2, let's go to the back. Now, here's what I want you to do. Again, there's no secret, there's no hack, everything is right in front of you. The front and the back are the same. I want you to look at the top of that piece of paper. Do you see a tiny little line next to 66? Yes. Go all the way down. Next to 52, do you see a tiny little line? Yes. Join those 2 lines, straight line from top to bottom. All right. On the left-hand side where 57 is, right to the midwest point, do you see another tiny little line? Yes. On the right-hand side next to 26, another tiny line? Yes. Join those 2 lines. Now you're going to have 4 quadrants. Are you with me? Yes. Very good. Again, the intention was not to trick you. As you saw, there's no trick. I just am uncovering for you, maybe helping you get more numbers. Maybe double, triple, quadruple, even 10x your score. So I want you to pay attention to what you got in round 1. Okay? Now, here's what I want you to do. Do you see the top left quadrant? Number 1 is there. Go clockwise. You know where number 2 is. You know where number 3 is. Just follow the quadrant. So unlike round 1 where your eyes were like, which is what happens when life happens to us and we're given a pop quiz by life. Like Sammy was given a pop quiz. But this time, Sammy has gone through a tool that we want to unleash with, to you this afternoon, morning rather, that will help you understand patterns. So 30 seconds again. Again, you're starting from the top, all right? Are we all together? 30 seconds starts now. Just circle them. Go as fast as you can. As fast as you can. 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and pens down. Pens down. Yes. Wait. Pens down. Pens down. Pens down. Pens down. All right. What is your score this time? Do I have a 70? you multiply your result in comparison with round 1? Do I have a 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, 6x? Maybe. This is the idea. This is the idea. Together we are certified coaches and practitioners of a tool that is called the Leadership Circle Profile. And the Leadership Circle Profile is a powerful tool that is a 360-degree assessment, but not like any 360 you've ever taken. And I say that with a strong money-back guarantee behind it, instant, no questions asked. What the Leadership Circle Profile is that it's leaning on the last 50 years of research on why do we do the things that we do? Why do we create the results that we create? And I'm leaning back on the great video from our colleagues in Chronic Health, just thinking about there are 3 main R's that we care about in life. The first one is relationships. Who am I and the people that I'm connecting with and how I matter to them. Sammy talked about my son is young, I want to be there for him. My daughter, I want to be there for him. So relationships are key. Who am I in relation to the people around me? And that influences our inner state. The second one is because we want to stand in front of people and make sense and show that we know something. R's collided at the same time, and he needed to make meaning using his MSU university credentials. And what made the difference for Sammy is that unlike round 1 where he has no clue what's happening, how do I make sense of life? I'm chained to a bed, I'm a cabbage, I cannot provide for my family. Who am I? I don't even think whether my wife, my life, what, my career, what, I'm still young, what happens? Maybe it should be better if I just die. I'm useless. That would have been round 1 if Sammy had not gone through the Leadership Circle Profile. Now Sammy is bringing the Leadership Circle Profile into East Africa. And he's trained and certified many coaches. We are now 50, right? And I'm one of them. And what the Leadership Circle Profile helps you do is get into round 2. You've got the pattern. You can double, triple, quadruple, 10x your results. Sammy's got a gift for you. You want to talk about that?
Yes, I have a gift for you. There's this card on your table. Can you see it? Right at the middle of the table. You see it? It's a pass out and run. It's a QR code. It's a gift from me to you. It's an awareness journey. It's a free assessment that you can take to discover and uncover what Benjamin is talking about. What is running your behavior? What are the beliefs and assumptions running your behavior? So take up your phone, if you can, kindly, and you can beam on the QR code and it will take you to the self-assessment. Thank you, Benjamin. Awesome.
So, fundamentally, we're excited to be a part of this conversation on mental wellness. And this tool is, a very practical, timely intervention in this moment in our lives. And though a 360-degree involves other people's feedback, at least the first thing you want to do is you want to understand, as far as these 3 R's are concerned, how do I deploy myself into circumstance? Leadership is not when you're in front of a team, in front of the room, making a presentation or telling people, let's go somewhere. Leadership is when you are all by yourself in your house, facing circumstances that are seemingly bigger than you. And the way you deploy yourself into those circumstances matters. And the tool that we're sharing with you helps you understand which self do you deploy, and what are the thought patterns running the self that you deploy into the circumstances. Sammy chained to his own bed by the doctors, not because he's that's what he deserves, but that's the best thing to help him in that moment so that he doesn't sabotage himself. got to that moment where he realized, wait, which self am I deploying? And that was when he turned his ship and moved it in a different direction. It's definitely a miracle, Sami, to have you standing here. Thank you so much for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Very much.
We appreciate this opportunity.
I believe they deserve a big round of applause for the wonderful presentation. Asante sana. Now, as we close on this, please, Richard Wafula from Amani Counselling Center and Training Institute. Amani Counselling Center and Training Institute. We had set like 5 minutes for each presentation, and they get even more interesting. So, Richard, utatuelewa tu kidogo.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. We, as Amani Counselling Center, we are glad to be here this morning to join the rest of us in this very noble conversation about mental health, because indeed mental health is key to us as Amani Counselling Center. And over the years, we have, from our motto, help at hand, we have offered that help, we have continued to offer that help, and we are very excited to know that as partners, we can actually meet to continue with this very noble discussion about mental health. So I just want to talk about Amani and what we do at Amani. Much has been said, and we really appreciate what our partners are doing. So mine will be very, very brief to just talk about Amani. Maybe allow me to do a small survey. How many of us have heard about Amani Counselling Center and Training Institute? Wow. Good, good. What have you heard about us? Eh? What have you heard about us? Anyone? When you hear about Amani Counselling Center, yes?
Free counseling session.
Yes?
I remember the old days of doing articles.
Oh, the days we used to do articles, eh? Okay. Right. What else? Yes? Nice. Good to be joined by alumni.
I'm just going from competition for 4 counseling there, but it made me known to advance, and now I'm done my bachelor's, applying now to master's degree for psychology. So Amani was my foundation as a therapist.
Wow. Very nice. Wow. We are proud to be associated with you even in your journey. What else do you know about Amani? Many of us have said they know about Amani. Maybe 1 or 2 people. What else do you know about Amani when Amani Counselling Center and Training Institute is mentioned? Okay. Yes?
We adapted to change and started to services for communities.
We adapted to change it, and we started doing counseling, virtually, online. Good. So allow me therefore to just refresh our knowledge about Amani, and that will be from us. That's our head office. So ACTI was established, or rather it has been in existence since 1979, with a lot of respect to remain the oldest counseling provider, established to help people cope with psychological problems. And that is why today we are so happy to actually have this conversation taking a new phase. What is our vision? Is to holistic individuals, communities and organizations in Kenya and beyond. We focus on a holistic individual, community and organization. Our mission statement is to professionally facilitate the realization of holistic individuals, communities and organizations in Kenya and beyond. So we don't just work in Kenya, but we work across the continent. Our services are summarized in that slide. Counseling services, that's our core. That's one of our core services when you come to Amani. And we provide counseling in all forms and in many other areas that we can talk about, starting with an individual counseling, family counseling, group counseling, and in many areas that we can list that one would actually seek counseling for. Then we have outreach programs. We now have a department called Corporate Affairs and Outreach, where some of the discussions that have been happening this morning, Amani pays a lot of attention to employee wellness program, and we have worked with so many partners within the country and outside the country to provide employee wellness program, and we are continuing to do that because then we value the human resource in any organization, and we have paid very close attention to support individuals, support organizations, be able to deal with their wellness. We offer supervision to counselors and other helpers, and the other service that we provide is in training, where we train different courses. We have short courses, we have certificate courses in counseling, psychology, social work, and community development. We also offer diploma courses in counseling psychology. Why Amani? Why Amani? I've already said some of the things that I wouldn't repeat. We have been in existence for over 40 years. We are registered by the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority. We are certified training institution by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. We have wide network agencies. We have worked with so many people, government agencies, private organizations, faith-based organizations, just to mention but a few. We have highly experienced staff who go through frequent supervision to ensure that we enhance quality in the area of counseling. We have a conducive environment for our counseling and training. Some of you have visited us and you can attest to this. We have a well-equipped child play therapy room to address children challenges. That is one of our other many strengths. And we indeed have high levels of confidentiality anytime you interact with us. Our accreditations are certified training institution by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Technical and Vocational Education and Training, TVET, Kenya Counselling and Psychological Association, National Industrial Training Authority. We are also certified by Institute of Human Resource Management, and we are TVET Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council accredited as well. Borrowing from our Constitution and the relevance of counselling in Kenya and beyond, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 makes counselling services relevant to citizens of Kenya through Article 43, sub-Article 1A, that provide that every Kenyan has a right to the highest attainable standards of health and psychological health, and indeed, this is what we are actually focusing on at Amani. I've already talked about our services. I won't repeat. Allow me to just, as I end, we, maybe just going by that quote, that problems do not go away. They must be worked through, or else they remain forever a barrier to the growth and development of a spirit. This is according to PEC 2020, and this is just in line of voicing what others have already said, and it will be said more, that we need to really pay attention to our mental wellness. Our network of branches, we have a number of branches across this country, starting with our Nairobi head office along Bagadi Way, currently known as Raila Odinga Way, opposite Jonathan Club. We have a regional office, Nairobi CBD, along Tomboya Street, located in a building called Malimu National Circle Building. We are there, 7th and 8th floor. You'll find us there. We have a Nyeri office located in Central Plaza, Town Center, opposite stage ya Katikati. We have an office in Mombasa, situated at Lakshmi House, 2nd floor. You'll find us there. We also have an office in Kisumu, situated in Tomboya Estate behind National Health Service. Then we have a new office that we launched 2-3 years ago in Ubunja and in Siaya as well. So that is our presence in the country, but we are not limited to our physical location. Like I've said, we reach out to as many people across this country and beyond. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Now I invite you to please stand up on your feet kidogo. Watu wasimame kidogo. Now a simple exercise. In 1 minute, please make a point of saying hi to at least 3 people who you've not said anything to. Know what they are doing. Salimia watu wawili, just move around. 2 people. Know what they are doing. Make sure, if it's possible, add data contact. 30 more seconds for your elevator pitch. Asante sana. Soundman, asante. We can now have our seats. Asante sana, you can now have your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this point, please allow me to invite Lynette Mokami. Lynette Mokami. Sawa, Lynette takes over for the second panel discussion for 20 minutes, and then we'll be heading for a close now. Karibu sana, watu makofi yake. Asante.
Hello everyone. Like I said, my name is Lynette. I'm the audience editor for Nation Media Group. My role is mostly editorial. I handle the website, nation.africa. But today I'm going to take off that hat, and I'm planning to have a great session with you guys. So initially this was meant to be a 50-minute session, but because of time we're going to condense that into about 20 minutes. So without further ado, I'm going to bring on the panel. We have an amazing panel for the next 20 minutes. So I'm going to invite them on stage. I'm going to start with Ben.
Dr. Joyce is from the energy team, Pranik. Oh, I have a few questions about Pranik. Yes. Let me just ask, do you also, because Pranik deals with energy, do you also, as in, is receive also part of it? Receive.
stage now. Mr. Elias Kikundi. Elias? Oh, everyone took a tea break, eh? Right, so then I'm going to, oh sorry, no, this is supposed to be another session, sorry. This is Elekam Bithi. Elias was from the first session. And as Eleka comes, I'm also going to invite Mr. Jayesh Shah. Please come on stage. Is Benjamin back? Okay, we're just going to have to go ahead without Benjamin. So I believe you all have a mic ahead of you. Kindly introduce yourself briefly and let us know what you do and why mental health is so important to you. We'll start with Dr. Joyce. Afternoon. Is your mic?
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Kamunya. I believe they say the best day of your life is when you're born and when you know why you were born. I guess I love being a psychologist and I love being an entrepreneur and in business. So when I match those two, I find out where I was born.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Eleka Mudoni Bibi. I'm the Executive Director of Amani Counselling Center and Training Institute. I have a very special interest in relationships, especially quality relationships that build. And that for me is key, whether in the office or at home. And finally, a very special interest in mental wellness. I prefer the word mental health, mental wellness to mental sickness. And that's what we are discussing today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jayesh Shah. I'm the co-founder of Chronic Healing East Africa Limited. And my actual profession is I'm the director at one of the companies called Spinnet Limited in Nakuru. My interest in looking at energy and energy concepts began way back in about 25 years ago to understand how energy and how energy impacts our lives in all forms. So right from what we're discussing today is mental health, emotional health, physical health, and all aspects of other health as well. So I hope to share about me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And since you have the mic, I'm just going to start with you. So my question to you is, what are the alternative perspectives and treatments that are available for dealing with mental health issues?
So mental health issues start, as it's stated, in the brain. It's all mental. And how does our brain function? What are the aspects that we think about? And when we think about certain things, that causes a certain emotion in our lives. So let's take an example. If you think about love, then love causes happiness. If you think about sadness or anger, then that type of anger emotions come about. So everything is connected to how we think and how we look at that thought process and how do we change that thought process. So many psychologists and many people in the world today talk about positive thinking. How do we get positive thinking into our workplace? Not only in our workplace, but in our homes, in our schools, in our social lives. How do we think positive all the time? Where can we get this positivity coming in from? And how do we understand the energy that is being created by positivity? So would you like to do an experiment? I'd just like to engage all of you for a minute. Is that okay? Yes? So I want you to keep your two hands, okay, your palms open. I want you to just flick them 2-3 times. Just flick them 2-3 times. Both just talk to your left hand and say, I have a red juicy apple on my left hand. Juicy apple in my left hand. Let's repeat it. I have a red juicy apple in my left hand. I have a red big juicy apple in my left hand. I have a red big juicy apple in my left hand. Okay, now I want you to wave both hands. Take your right hand and compare it with your left hand. How does it feel? The left hand feels heavy. Why? Do you have an apple in your left hand? No. But what have you put in is a word. The words have power. What we say in our daily lives, right from childhood, as you saw on the video, what we say to our kids has an impact on their lives. So we have to be really careful with our words, what we say. And this is one of the things that we all need to embrace in our daily activities. Now, one of the things which my spiritual teacher taught me was the values. And how do you look at values? Values of loving kindness, non-injury. So at the same time when we share loving kindness, we don't need to be injurious also. Thank you. And the other factors of values are generosity. How do we be generous in our thoughts, in our words, in our actions? At the same time, when we are generous, we should not be stealing. Stealing not only in the physical level, also on the emotional level and the mental level. How do we do that in our daily lives? These are some of the concepts that we need to pick up and bring into our daily lives. The other aspect is honesty and non-lying. Non-lying and honesty go hand in hand. Are we honest? Are we truthful? To ourselves first, before we even go to the others. So these are some of the values that we impart when we talk about energy and how energy impacts us in our daily lives. The other one is constancy of aim and effort. We need to have constancy and aim and effort in whatever we have set out. Someone talked about goals. And how do we achieve those goals? Through constancy of aim and effort and not laziness. So how do we impact these type of virtues in our daily lives? And this can cut across everything that we do. And the last one is what we call moderation and non-excessiveness. How do we moderate ourselves? It should not just be work, 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 or just family, 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 or fun, fun, fun. We have to balance things in life. Like our speaker, Madam Qureshi, talked about balancing. And this is one of the most important things that we talk about. We have addiction problems, we have got depression problems, we have got anxiety. I was doing some research and we found that Kenya's second biggest mental problem is anxiety today. Apart from HIV, AIDS is one of the big ones, and then that also has mental impacts. So we need to be really concentrated in terms of how do we work and how do we have our mind, thought processes, emotions, not only to ourselves, to others around us, to family members, to social interactions that we have in social gatherings, such as this one. So these are some of the things that we really need to bring into our lives and inculcate. I like the aspect of going to children and students. How can we bring this sort of values into children, even not at the adolescence, even before them, when they are in school, when they start school? How can we bring that? And that is what will change the whole communities in generations to come. So these are some of the things that we all need to ponder upon and understand how this can work for us. As individuals, as families, as our local societies, and as a nation, and as a continent, and as a world, where humanity
in a corporate setting, to what extent, earlier we had discussed how situations in the home can impact someone's productivity and how they are in the work environment. To what extent can an employer or the HR intervene in terms of trying to help someone with their home situation and when they're at work?
Thank you, Lynette. My thoughts begin with the word home. If I ask you what that brings to your mind, chances are that you have various experiences because it's based on how you've grown up. So I suggest that one of the areas we may need to look is, even as we keep talking home, to remember home is not home for everyone. So just maybe thinking individually. You know, when we are thinking staff, when we think about Eleka's home, it may be very different from Joyce's home. In fact, for Eleka, when you are thinking of how you'll help me through my home or my family, maybe in fact my friends are my family in terms of definition. So, and that's been our experience at Amani, that we may have to relook and just be more careful, be more individual based, not use the generic home, because home, of course home, when we talk about home generally, that definition of home is a major resource in some situations, not in all others. So one of the criteria when we are thinking home system is that the HR, or if it's a counselor or whoever, because some of our agencies already have systems in place, is to also be careful to have data, to have functional data from the staff themselves. And sometimes this data can change, can change in terms of my operations as a staff. And then just quickly also mention, I know we have had many inputs. I want to look at another factor that might be key for us, is to keep thinking what really is mental health or mental wellness. Because mental wellness has both a curative part, but it also has a preventive part. Now, if you want to help me through my family, has my family been involved with you in your agency from the beginning? You employed me. So where are they? How come when it comes to psychosocial support services, we hardly have, like when it's medical, when you're doing medical, we have even, it's holistic. We cover the people in the family, but when it comes to, we are working with them, when we are supporting our staff, we may want, okay, in fact, let me be a bit crude. Yeah? The worst bit is that when now a staff loses a loved one, yeah, or something happens, there's a problem, that's the time we involve the family more, isn't it? Yeah, we even go for funerals, we lose a lot of money, we fuel the car,
it's very difficult. You will never do anything to please them. So the idea is that the staff's self-esteem is enhanced as an ongoing process, right, from the time they engage in an agency. So that when I'm asking to what extent am I using family system, then with time even the staff themselves may know. They are part of that. They are part of the intervention. That's my thinking. So that we are not going fishing out for family, and yet the staff is right there with you. They are the ones you should be working with. Of course, unless they are psychologically and maybe mentally completely unstable, and by then I would hope that the HR and other parties that are helping would have noted that. So finally, Lynette, is our interventions. Just a very special request to all of us that we may need some time to rethink. When we are thinking training or health talks or counseling, that we are relevant. So maybe in terms of research, maybe in terms of looking at what works, but also what is working in our country and in our different agencies, because we are different. We are different, so the tool that works for money may not work for another agency. So that we are not using a lot of money with just thinking we are getting the same services. No, let us also as employers, now I'm talking as an employer, get the very best from competent agencies who will even do an evaluation, which is also affordable for me in my agency, and then whatever they will do in my agency, counseling, training, whatever it is tailor-made, not just general. Otherwise, I think sometimes we really can copy each other a lot in Kenya, which is good, but sometimes we need to have those unique interventions, which are the ones that now will help us know what is the best intervention for the unique staff. Thank you very much, Lynette. And everybody.
Thank you, Erica. I like what you said about dignity in running mental wellness programs. I think it's very so important. So I'm going to move to Dr. Kamuya, and my question to you is, where are we as an industry in terms of mental health and use of technology?
Okay, thank you. How many people here have a phone? How many people have a phone? How many people know other people that access to internet? Yes, we are in the technology age. So there's a lot of research around technology and mental health, and a lot of it is on the negative impact of technology, where we have depression, isolation because your friends are through the internet, and self-esteem issues. But what are the advantages of having this technology in mental health? How can we leverage? Today I want you to think about it differently. When you think about technology and mental health, most people will just think, I can do a virtual consultation online with my therapist and that's it. But I want you to think about it regarding imagine you have your phone and it helps you see your heart rates. I don't know if you guys have used your phones for other uses other than just your time, especially the smartphones. Technology again, so if your heart rate is more than doctors in the house, 100 or 80, 90, there's a way you're able to know that things are not right. You can be able to see your sleep patterns, that's mental health. You can be able to log in your emotions, how are you feeling today, it will ask you. That is what we are talking about when we say mental health and technology. There's a lot of research that can be done and data gathered through technology where you'll be asked surveys through the form that are very, very easy to answer. So I want you guys to think differently when you think about mental health and technology. There's a lot to it that can benefit us. One of the things that we found, because I work in the technological space at HealthX, is you have early intervention that you're able to screen. Chiromo has just proved that you can just do the RQ code and assess yourself. So there's a lot of early intervention that comes barriers. So today when you think about mental health, please think that it has a positive aspect to it. When you say we are going to do mental health literacy, so when you think about technology, think also it has its good parts and it's here to stay. I don't think it's going anywhere, is it? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romana. And before I open up the session to questions from the audience, I'm just going to come back to Mr. Shah just a bit. I went through your brochures and I thought there were some of the more interesting methods that are available. And I was just wondering, do you offer some of these services as something that companies can use for their staff?
Yes, thank you, Lina. So one of the things is that we would like to go for two companies to look at how energy and how energy can impact mental health, emotional health, and physical health. So we offer programs that you as HR, or probably most of you here, and top management in companies adopt this technology to understand, even from a recruiting perspective, you understand what the person you are recruiting for and what are the energies do you require for that particular post. And when you have your applications for a particular post, you know these are the type of energies you want. And so how do you validate those energies in a given individual? And these technologies are actually been applied through the energy perspective in terms of getting the right people for the right job. And we also have things like where we can do mapping of the person's energy. We can offer you in terms of, if you have applications, we can offer you mapping of what that person is, the job description for that person, and what sort of energy would that person require. Do they have the required energy? So these are some of the things that we can offer. Plus, we can offer courses where you can actually learn and you can apply this. We have something called spiritual business management. Business run on cycles. And how do you adopt things within a cycle to make things work for you? There is a marketing cycle. So how do you work in those marketing cycles? So when do you launch your marketing things? When do you launch where you want to employ somebody? Okay, so there are cycles that you can also learn from the spiritual business management aspect. So there are these type of knowledge which is available, and you can access those to us at Pranic Center in Nairobi in Confrernce. We are situated in Confrernce, TRV Center, third Confrernce. So please feel free to contact us.
Thank you. That sounds interesting. I wish our HR was still here, but I'm too sure to mention that one. I'm going to put the same question to the other two panelists. Briefly. About the structure of your programs and how easily companies can adopt it, since we have corporate representatives in the room.
Thank you, Lynette. Amadi already presented, Richard Wafula, our programs, and we have staff at
Receive or receive?
Receive.
Receive, yeah.
Yes.
So the general law is it is in giving that you receive.
You know Pastor Nana? The basic idea is a concept of preachers. Now that you treat with energy, preachers declaring healing upon people and sending the healing through the hand, through energy, I believe. I would like to understand the concept of how that works.
Yes. So energy is universal in nature, and we have certain centers within ourselves. Okay, these are what we call chakras in the human tradition. But there are power centers which we all have them. And one of the power centers is situated above your head, which is called the crown center. Now, when we pray, this is the crown center which gets activated. And the pastors, what they do is they pray a lot and they actually draw the energy through this power center, and then they channel that energy through them to the patient or to the recipient. And the recipient receives this. Now, when the pastors do certain things like this, is healing through prayer. It's called healing through prayer. When they do that, some get well, some don't get well. Some also collapse. Now, where the person collapses, there is too much energy for that patient where they are not able to handle that energy. They revive after some time when the energy gets consumed and it normalizes. There are people who do these type of healings and they are available, and we do that but in a slightly different way. So these power centers which are there helps us to control certain organs in our body, like the one on the brain above your head also controls your brain. Okay, now when that is good and healthy, your brain will also be healthy. Okay, so there are different centers and different centers control different parts of the organs in the body. There's one more I would just like to explain. There's one which is actually centered in the middle of your body. It's called the solar plexus. And this is the one which is actually responsible for your emotions. While it is responsible for your emotions on a psychological level, there are organs which are connected to this particular center. And these are the ones which actually affect our organs like the stomach, like the liver, like the partially intestines. So people having gastrointestinal issues are a physicalization of their emotional and thought patterns. So our job as pranic healers is to release all these negativities which are stored in your solar plexus. Now some of these can be coming from your childhood. Some of them can be coming from when you were in your mother's womb. What did she go through? Like one of the panelists was saying that food matters. It's not only food. It's your thoughts, your emotions that matter when you are in your mother's womb. What did the mother think about? What did she read? What did she write? What was she looking at? Was she all the time on the phone? Now most of the women today who may be pregnant are on the phone. Why do you think we have 2-year-olds who know the phone so much?
So you're saying that TikTok is getting into babies?
Exactly.
And then you also mentioned something about drawing power from the crown going. Yes, from the crown center in your head. So for the people, and I know you've seen this, some of the staunch Christians who pray, kneel down, and then dip their head on the ground. Are they drawing from the devil? As in, I'm just...
So the concept is like this. Energy comes from higher levels, goes down. Okay? So when energy comes from God or the supreme universal source, that energy comes to us in terms of the crown chakra. Where it drains down is into the ground. Okay, that's the movement of the energy. How you actually let go now depends on the individuals. Now some people let go very quickly, some people don't. And therefore they might be temporarily relieved and not permanently relieved. Okay, so these are the things that you might see when pastors do certain type of activities. Or not only pastors, but there are certain leaders also who do that type of activity. That is what we call praying, healing through praying.
Okay, sawa. I'm definitely interested in that topic. I'm very interested in medicine. It may not seem so, but I am actually
I've actually done a documentary on a Kenyan spam bank. It went live this week. You can look it up on YouTube. So much information. It's an interesting side hustle, by the way. Now serious. And thank you. I've spoken to Shawana. I'll follow up on that. Madam Eleka, a quick one here while we are at this. You mentioned that you have a focus on relationships.
Yes.
Relationships. I'm focused on relationships back at home. So when you have people who have come to see you, and as an expert, you know these people are going nowhere. As a couple, there's no future in them. You have assessed. Do you still put effort in counseling them for a better together or a better tomorrow?
You are welcome for a marriage and couples training. Okay, on a light note, we don't do that, not in counseling. In fact, yes, we do assessments, but remember that when it comes to relationships,
yes.
It is so key that the two people who are in the relationship
yes.
are able to look at the factors that bite them, but there could be areas that maybe you as a professional, you realize they are, maybe as a talk, they are the key factors. And your work is to help them become more aware, understand themselves and each other more, and even the expectations from each other. But the good news is that from my over 20 years experience of counseling,
yes.
I didn't have to take that role. I actually helped the two people even make up their own. I will give recommendations. But it's the two people who will make up their decision, and it works.
In your 20 years experience, yes. You never called one of the couple to the side, kumwambia, ni huyu tu umeona?
No, I didn't need to.
Okay. So,
empower the people,
yes.
And the people are able, in fact,
yes.
Some of them are able to even say to each other, no, it would work. We actually thought we loved each other, but we are looking at our values, we are looking at our expectations, the roles we need to play when we are in the new relationship, and other factors, and therefore, what I find very amazing.
Professionally.
Well, yes, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine, yeah.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Karibu Dr. Kamunya. I'm so looking forward to your presentation on health X. But right now, I think we'll just give a warm round of applause to our panelists. Asante sana. A round of applause for Lynette here from the Foundation Media Group. Asante sana. Thank you. You may have your seats. And now, I think we need a representation from the Nairobi Hospital. Quick presentation. This is the last activity, and then we can close now. I think time is not on our side. But we have just, I think, 2-3 presentations, and then we close. Karibu sana. Watu makofi yake? Good afternoon. Imagine.
My name is Judith. I am representing the Nairobi Hospital. I don't know when we hear Nairobi Hospital, what goes on. What else? Services. What kind of services? Okay, I'm hearing good things and then hearing not the good things. Maybe you also wondering, why am I here? We don't know Nairobi Hospital is mental health. Then the relationship between mental health and Nairobi Hospital. Any relationship? Yeah, we come here for MRIs and CT scans, isn't it? And you take it to get and we operate. But there is no health without mental health. Even what you have come for in the hospital, it still requires you to in this area of mental health. Maybe you're wondering why. My personal, just one example is, I would take the doctor out. And you have come to the hospital, and what brought you to the hospital is your heart was racing. Your chest was just like this, eh? What did you think you had? A heart attack. Possibly, isn't it? A heart attack, you're sweating, you can't see properly. So it's been several times, and you've come in the night several times. So you are admitted. And the doctor runs those tests that are many sometimes. And they say, we are not finding anything. Is that good news or bad news? I always ask my clients, is that bad news? We haven't found anything. Isn't it good we have not found a tumor? Isn't it good that we've done our ECG and we don't have a heart problem? But most of the times the doctor will say, I'll ask a counselor to see you. And you're wondering, a counselor? Why is a counselor coming to see me? So that's why I'm here. Because the representatives here were in the clinical field and went away wondering, so this patient has been discharged and has been told this is in the head. But they were sick. And they were in the hospital. And they were there for 3 days and we ran a bill. Yeah? So that is why mental health is so key, even in the hospital. The other thing that makes mental health very key in the hospital is what our colleague asked across there. What happens to these people who are there to take care of patients, day in, day out, 24/7? Does anybody have a relative here, or maybe a family member, who's a doctor? A nurse? What do they always tell you when you are calling them for the birthday? I'm not sure I'll make it, isn't it? My schedule, I haven't seen the rota. And many times they are not available for so many things. What happens to these people? I don't know what happened, what you observed during COVID. But when COVID was announced, what did we all do? What did you all do? What did you do? You stayed home. We discovered we can work from home, isn't it? COVID brought a new thing. I can work from my garden as I'm looking at my flowers, from my kitchen. But what happened to the frontline workers? And by the way, they really hated that name at some point. Yes. What happened to the frontline workers? I wonder if you thought about them. What happened to them? You ran away from the fire. What did they do? They ran towards the fire, isn't it? So many things happen when we talk to our colleagues who are in the medical profession. And these are some of the things that they say. They say, my JD says I come here to take care of patients. But many times they say, I'm not supposed to feel bad because I have lost 2 or 3 patients in the ICU. It's my life, isn't it? I signed up for it. I should not be emotional. It's not in my JD, by the way, it isn't. I can't stop attending to this patient. I can't stop what I'm doing to go cry with the relatives because I have another one. I have another 30 that I need to take care of. I have to be strong for the others and I have to bottle up my feelings. And I have to keep going. I need the job and the patient needs me. So what are the experiences of healthcare professionals in health settings? They deal with a lot of emotional trauma issues on a daily basis. And this can result in very many symptoms. Many other workplace stressors for for health workers are violence. Sometimes you come there and you're so upset and you shout at them because the queue is long or an emergency comes and you handle them badly. Now, that is also somebody's wife, also somebody's mother, and I know you're unwell, but this person has to be so resilient and they take in a lot of things on top of dealing with death, dying, injured, broken people on a daily basis. When they have to deal with, for example, children who have brought in because they have been sexually abused, and she's looking at a child who is sexually abused or him, and they have a little baby of their own. Or somebody comes in, a baby has come in and drowned and died. And this particular healthcare worker is in that facility, has been there for 24 hours, does not know what has happened to their child at home. And sometimes interpersonal conflict. And also experiences of during COVID taught us a lot of things. Although we saw a lot of things. The healthcare worker was dealing with a lot of uncertainty on a daily basis. There was a lot of fear of death and infection. So we found that these people were gloving and putting those things you were saying like they're going to the moon. Every day they entered that place that nobody else wanted to go. How are they supposed to cope? And so we found mental health issues were really rife. Anxiety. First of all, when I enter in there, I take care of my patient and it's good. What if I go home and take this thing to my babies? So a lot of anxiety. Many of them had to be quarantined, isolated. There was a lot of stigma. One client told me that her neighbor knew she worked in a hospital, so the neighbor would see her walking up the stairs, and her neighbor had told the children, when you see her, you disappear, you can get COVID. Did we go through those times when COVID was really scary? Yes, so there was a lot of stigma. And maybe you also heard the people who worked in the health sector. Now, some of the trauma effects that we see, physical symptoms. So because of the health workers sometimes not having a place to express themselves, they go through a lot of physical stress, depression, sleep disorders. These are some of the things we could pick from people as we talk with them, our colleagues. Some behavior changes, and also some considered, am I in the right career? Some wanted to just quit and go home. Yeah? And some felt, it's okay, I can see a counselor. Others went to do other things that were not okay, like alcohol. Yes? And this has been discussed here. Substance use went on there. Alcohol and substance use went up during COVID. Yeah? So what are we doing at the Nairobi Hospital to take care of our staff wellness? Now, we've been doing a lot of debriefing sessions. Like in 2020, we saw 832 people. In 2021, we have continued with staff support. We have individual sessions. We do not charge these individual sessions for our staff. This is part of staff welfare and staff care. We also have trauma debriefing sessions for our ICU, our A&E, all the staff that deal with patients on a daily basis. We also do training. Training why every element of handling a patient in the hospital needs for one to be emotionally well. For example, if you're dealing with a patient who is not in themselves very aware of what is happening in their cancer situation, if you don't know how to manage their pain, you are going to think they're always in pain. So we take them training to recognize that pain can come from many sources, including, for example, the surgery. We take them through trainings on how to manage stress themselves and also taking care of the patients. How about you as a patient? We have inpatient counseling at the hospital, and if you are admitted in the hospital, and for example, we are saying, from all the tests we are seeing that, you have diabetes. Now, the next thing is what? We talk about diet and we give you medication, isn't it? But what's going on in your mind even as we're telling you about diabetes? How are you going to handle this diabetes? If it is a gentleman, how have we involved the wife in this diagnosis? So we have to go there, include the spouse, the family, and deal with what we have already told you. So we have patients, and this is part of the hospital package. We also have outpatient care, counseling services. This is charged at competitive prices. I know many times you hear that counseling and therapy is very expensive. We have outpatient counseling at very competitive prices. And our services, you will access different specialists. We have a marriage and family therapist, we have a clinical psychologist, we have those who are dealing with addictions, all at a good price. And the best thing I've had today is from the insurance companies. And actually we have experienced it. We are having less incidents of clients' claims being denied treatment because they have come for therapy or counseling. Most insurances now have covered psychotherapy and counseling as part of their package, and that is a big thing. They are not struggling, we are not struggling. Yes? So the next thing is for then employers to know that it is important that if I'm going for counseling, can I take an off? Just the same way, if I needed to go for physiotherapy. Is that part of hospital care? Yes? So if I need to go and see my therapist, why can't I get a few hours off? That's for our employers, isn't it? Because it's always a struggle. And we always ask, can I come at 5 p.m.? I have to have a buddy. so that your body, even if the counselor is not accessible, you have somebody to talk to, you have somebody to really cry with when you have just lost 1, 2, 3, 4 patients, yes? And there is somebody who knows how you're feeling at any one time. You're also encouraging that a mentor is important and that prevention of this trauma for healthcare workers is not the responsibility of the individual. It should be a responsibility of the whole organization. As we talk with our staff and our patients, we find that life-work balance is a problem. I've talked about challenge of life-work balance for healthcare workers, but we also find this in our patients, yes? There are many patients who will be admitted in the ward because they have presented with very many different symptoms. But when the doctor asks us to go and have a sitting with them, we find that they have got many workplace issues. They are there because they are not coping. Many times people will feel overwhelmed. The burden of caring for health workers, trauma from patient events, and also not being in control of their work schedules. What else is confusing our life-work balance? Social activities. Many health workers cannot plan. As I have asked you, many have said, my relatives gave up calling on me. They don't call me. Why? My phone, I never pick because I've been with the patient. And then they say I'm always with the patient, so they wait for me to call. So they are not able to plan for healthcare activity, for their own activities, and sometimes they're just too tired to attend any events. How about the families? How are our families suffering and also affecting our mental health? Many times we are hearing people don't have enough time for family, for children, for spouses. For healthcare workers, I've talked about missing out on important family events. And these are some of the things that we got when we were talking to our providers, our healthcare workers. Our children are being raised by the house girl. I don't know if some of us can say that, even those who are not healthcare workers. Can we say that? Why? Because we have become so busy and involved in our work. I don't see my children. When I leave, they are asleep. I come back, they are asleep. I wonder about the trauma of the children we are raising. Some healthcare workers, they don't see the husband for 4 days. Yes? You leave, he comes, you go, he comes. Isn't it? So many problems because in the marriage. In conclusion, what can I say? It's important to address risks of mental health, such as heavy workload, negative behaviors, and other factors creating distress at work. This could be discrimination, inequality, bullying, and psychological violence in the workplace. Where do we pick this? Many times when patients are exhibiting symptoms of distress and they get admitted in the ward, some of the things go back to the workplace, and a lot of things, evaluations and things like that. So it's important as employers and the HR people are here to look into this area. Manager training is also very important to build capacity to prevent stressful work environments. And in conclusion, it is always important that we respond to workers' distress. That is my conclusion. I don't know if you have any questions. So in conclusion, like I said, that you can come to Nairobi Hospital as an inpatient. You will be seen. If we are talking about a new diagnosis, we will work with you through the family. As an outpatient, they still continue to care with people who are specialized in different areas. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Asante. People prepared very nice presentations, and my greatest wish for today is, in fact, an observation I've made. The few people I have met, random, just conversations, I feel like we needed to hear something from everyone in this room today. People in this room play a very major role in their individual capacity in the field of mental health. So, with your blessing, please allow me to rush through the 3 remaining presentations, and then I'll give a chance in every table for someone to give a mention of the organization they're representing, just a mention, and what they do, and how people can reach you. Is that okay? That's fine? So, asante sana. Please, let's have Mr. Arif Amedali from Metropolis. Wapi makofi yake? Thank you very much. Let's keep it short. I know they are very nice presentations. Thank you, sir. Karibu.
Both positive as well as negative role. Sometimes negative role comes in when you've got a hereditary predisposition for certain types of diseases like cancer or diabetes or certain disorders. The other thing that affects your good health is ensuring that you need to eat good nutritious food and drink enough water. And obviously the factor that comes in is if you've been prescribed some medicines by the doctors, so you have to take your medicines regularly, consult your doctors regularly. And the last but not the least, the most important part is your spiritual condition. Now in spiritual condition, what we talk about is how you take yourself as, how much do you love yourself, what is your happiness quotient, and at the same time, are you meditating? If you're meditating, basically this helps you to again achieve a good level of mental health. Good mental health means good body health. Okay? Now, there are some certain statistics that are there, like statistics indicate that at least 1 in every 4 Kenyans suffer from mental illness at one point in their lives. Though these figures are alarming, but what is more alarming is that the acknowledgement of the same is not being taken up. So I think we should look into this. This was discussed earlier on also, that the mental health and mental awareness is not being taken seriously, and probably as we move forward, our experts will take up on that. early signs of mental illness. And these signs are actually visible in one's daily routine. They can be subtle or they can be prominent. And there are quite a few actually, but I'm not going to explore all of them. Like certain things are there, eating or sleeping too much or too little, having low or no energy, smoking, drinking or using drugs more than usual, experiencing severe mood swings that cause problems in relationships, thinking of harming yourself or others. But there are quite a few, and I think the list can be actually more than this. So, what are the advantages of positive mental health? You can realize your full potential at work. You are able to cope with the stress in life positively. You can take meaningful contributions. You can make meaningful contributions within your community or societies. Now, this is a quick lecture, and I just wanted to make sure that I go through this because this will make you understand what happens when you have stress. Stress comes in when there is some kind of mental issues. So let's explore this. So in response to stress, the level of various hormones changes. Reaction to stress are associated with enhanced secretion of several hormones, the effect of which is to increase mobilization of energy sources and adapt the individual to its new circumstances. It's like a normal phenomenon that your body has to adapt to something, it's like a reaction that happens. So some of these hormones, I would just name very few, like cortisol, catecholamines, oxytocin, gonadotropins, thyroid hormones, growth hormones, prolactin, insulin. They get disturbed during mental stress. And what happens then? So as an adaptive response to stress, there is a change in the level of various hormones in your body. These changes may be required to fight the stress. However, long-term exposure to stress may lead to many adverse consequences like hypothyroidism, hypertension, obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, anovulation, and the list can be more than this. So how do you maintain positive mental health? So you need to seek professional help where required. Obviously that's a must. Try to connect with others, be positive, get more physical activity, help others, get involved in your community, get enough sleep. Those are the things, and also it's very important how you cope up with the situation. So you need to develop the skills. So as corporates, what is our responsibility? How do we ensure a healthy society? So what I would suggest is probably we need to take up frequent wellness talks in your organization, encourage annual wellness checkups, encourage regular exercise, encourage good eating habits, and obviously encourage at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Everybody talks of sleep. You need to have a sound sleep to be mentally stable. So this is very common. Metropolis provides a wide range of packages, and through your blood works, we can actually pinpoint, or there are some telltale signs or markers which will pick up all those underlying disorders. One in every 3 diabetic patients could have an underlying thyroid disorder. 7 out of 10 are vitamin deficient. Vitamin B deficient people are more likely to have diabetes. 1 out of 10 suffer from diabetes. 1 out of 8 suffer from high blood pressure, which again leads to hypertension. So what's the conclusion? There's a golden rule. Prevention is always better than cure. And this equally applies for mental health as well. Mental health often goes undiagnosed due to the lack of early diagnosis and poor treatment strategies. In patients having mental health issues, hormonal testing and detection is of utmost importance. So take one day at a time, take time to adjust, relax, breathe, talk to yourself, not talk to yourself, talk and discuss about the cause of anxiety that is troubling you. So remember one thing, healthy mind leads to a healthy life. I think that should be our motto. Okay, Metropolis has been a pioneer in preventive medicine and diagnostics for over 4 decades. I just want to run a few brief about Metropolis. Metropolis has been in existence for the last 40 years in the market. We have got a presence in almost 8 countries. We have got 190 diagnostic centers and labs spread across. We do the largest, probably one of the largest. We do almost 4,500 tests, and these are the tests in our test menu. Our panel of doctors is 200 plus strong, and all our labs are globally accredited with national accreditation and global accreditation both. We serve 12 million patients annually, and we have got a strong workforce of almost 6,000 professional people in our organization. And obviously, our labs are globally trusted by all the hospitals and doctors. So, these are my closing remarks. What is Metropolis motto? Metropolis motto is taking life up a notch. What does it mean? It means to take care of your mental and physical health together. So, on a lighter note, I just want to share a small joke. Okay. There was a small gathering of animals, and there was a question that arose out of that. The question was, why are the horses more mentally well aligned? Any answer from the audience? Why are the horses so well mentally aligned? Anybody? Let me give it. Because horses live in a stable environment. Great. Thank you all for listening and being patient. That's all from Metropolis, and we hope that if you need any services from my end, do not wish that you would you become sick or something, but anytime you're free, you can connect with us. And we greatly appreciate Nation Media and the Institute of Human Management to organize this event and give us this platform to speak. So thank you all.
Thank you. That was a good one. I thought horses, I wanted to say horses are mentally aligned because they have a long face. But sadly, that's not the answer. And also, just a quick one, I noticed in your presentation, you had a slide that had couples, different couples, like young couple.
Yes.
Yes, this one. Does it mean there is nothing healthy about single people? Yes?
We have a customer experience manager, and I think you should be able to answer the question now. Mr. Steve.
Yes. Yes?
So that means that we actually have packages that trainers will use.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happens, and I'll include that in our next presentation.
Kwa sababu it makes it sound like lazima ukuwe na mtu. So thank you very much. And finally, another round of applause for you. And I'm also glad that someone finally talked about the food that we eat. I know everyone is concerned about the kind of food we have in the market. I stumbled upon some information, very disturbing information, that states, and I stand to be challenged on this one, that in the world of today, you need to eat at least 8 oranges to get the nutritional value of 1 orange in 1920. Yes, the quality of food that we have now. You need 8 oranges to get the nutritional value of 1 orange in 1920. I stand challenged on that. Anyway, our next speaker, I said I was looking forward to this. Dr. Joyce Kamunya from Health Aid Africa. Karibu sana. wapi makofi yake tafadhali?
Hello again.
Hi.
Oh, you guys must be so tired. And you're wondering, okay, how many minutes are you taking? How many slides do you have? 3, I promise. And I'm not the ones of, in conclusion, and I continue. So I want you to count for me up to number 15. I think I've forgotten how to count. Can you put your hands up? Put your hands up like this. So you help me count up to 15, right? And you're helping me count with her hands, okay? So this is ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. So when I do 4, you count 4. Let's go. So 11.
I'm so jealous of you. I wish I can make people laugh with my fingers.
My name is Joyce Kamunya. I am the technical advisor in terms of mental health. We just helped set up the mental health department at HealthX. We are just coming to the market. We have a very different kind of service. We are a virtual healthcare provider. I think it's the first of its kind in Kenya, where we have a center where we have full-time people. We don't connect healthcare services or healthcare, what do you call the health team. We have the team in our satellite hub. So that is what is different. We have the team of doctors, we have a team of psychologists, we have a team of nutritionists that offers a holistic care. So they are full-time. You can access us 24/7. We partner with pharmacies and labs. Metropolis we haven't yet. You can access us either through the video call, the voice call, or you can do a live chat on our website. So we have our model is subscriptions. We have very affordable prescriptions for 459 a month, 405 a month. You are able to access consultations with qualified doctors, nutritionists, and a psychologist. Please visit our website for more information. I said I will not take a lot of your time. And that's just some of the team members that we have at HealthX. I think what I love about this is how accessible we are, and that's where we come to the next slide. Are you guys done with that? I thought you'd admire a little bit more. No, I'm single up by the way. So what I love about our service is it's very affordable. You can access it anywhere, anytime, 24/7. We have cases of employees where they just call and they can't work at that time, so they do a quick call. Maybe someone has been bereaved and they do not know what to do and they're able to go back to work. I think that's the beauty of technology. They are able to access when they want. You don't have to take your time to go visit a physical location. Or imagine those people who, and they are forgotten most of the times, have like social anxiety and you don't like leaving your house, or agoraphobia and you don't like interacting with people. It is important that we have this because we are able to cater for that kind of population. And that we are very affordable. I mean, where have you gotten the service of anything from 405 a month to see a doctor? And you can call as many times as you want, 24/7. So that's why we are saying we are leveraging technology to provide very affordable care, but also very high quality. And I think that's it. I don't want to bore you, but we manage a lot of conditions. And 70% of the time we do not refer, we treat in-house. And basically that's it. So do you have any question?
Just a quick one. So when someone calls, the doctor takes them through the process of treating themselves, or the doctor decides, what's going on? Like, you're being treated at your home, right? So after consultation, unajinunulia shindano, you do the rest.
So what happens is, when you call, we have a team of care coordinators that will pick the call and see if you're in our system, then they transfer to the doctor. The doctor will treat, and if you need referrals, say you need to go for a lab, we have partnered with Care, and they send the referral, then you have to go do the test, then they send back the results, you get a prescription for medicine, and you partner with MyDawa where your drugs are delivered. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any other one question? Aye.
Thank you very much. We are working a lot with corporates. Please reach out to us. Thank you.
Asante, round of applause for Dr. Asante sana. Very interesting statement hapo. You have your drugs delivered. Nisema medicine. Now Jubilee Health Insurance is our final presentation, and then I'll come to your tables. Mr. Gershon Joguna. Sawa, karibu sana. Wapima makofi yake. I had a very good experience with Jubilee Insurance recently. I got a call by the, I don't know whether that's for everybody. I got a call, an update about a new partnership you've made to make work easier kupata down. That's very good vibes. You call everybody?
Yes.
Karibu sana. That's a good initiative.
Thank you so much for that feedback. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gershon Joguna. I'm here representing Jubilee Insurance. Jubilee Insurance is the #1 medical insurance service provider, not only in Kenya but in East Africa. We offer health solutions that cuts across all the arms of our lives. We have individual products, we have SME products, and we also have corporate solutions. I'm sure our moderator today, we offer a solution to them in form of corporate health insurance. And these insurance products are normally tailor-made to suit your various needs and wants. Today, based on the emerging needs and trends of this society, we are normally challenged as health insurance to come up with packages that speak to the individual needs and wants of us as individuals or as end users of these products. And that's why, as Jubilee, we have come up with not only the general health insurance package, but we have gone ahead and come up with a wellness solution termed as Maisha Fiti. I'm sure some of you partake to the health insurance policies that we have offered to you, and you have heard about the Maisha Fiti wellness solution. One of the moderators who was here today, Dr. Enda Kirubo, who is our wellness coordinator, drives that agenda of wellness. And in wellness, that's where mental health comes in. We have quite a number of solutions that speak to the well-being of individuals. And you may be surprised that all these solutions that we give to the corporates and also to the individuals who come to buy products to us, we offer them free of charge. Giving feedback or just finding out how Dr. Temori was doing after maybe he went to treatment is a value word that we give, not at a cost, but just to extend a vote of maybe confidence, just to see how the members are faring on well on the treatment that they got. They were not feeling well. So we have gone ahead to ensure that we come up with packages that speak to the well-being of the individuals that we cover. We have clubs that also speak to our moms. We have a moms club that have solutions to new moms who have a new experience in motherhood. So we have forums that talk about the whole delivery journey when you start having your trial semesters, what kind of packages are offered by various health providers, and also what kind of advantages can one have if you go through the normal delivery as opposed to the CS deliveries. So these are just part of the packages that we pride ourselves in offering our customers. And today we just call upon all of us to, if you're looking for a health solution, Jubilee will be there to ensure that we not only give you the basic health insurance product, but go ahead and ensure that we give you something that is tailor-made to ensure that you as an individual, you as an employer, get a wholesome solution to your employees, to you as an individual, also to you as your family. As I conclude, we are very privileged to be part of this initiative of mental wellness, and today majority of us come from the healthcare industry. And as we partner together between insurance companies and health insurance providers, we call upon all of us to come up with solutions that not only speak to the mental wellness of human beings, but also solutions that are affordable to all of us. I like what one of the attendees mentioned, that they are based in Naivasha, and they are looking for solutions that are affordable, which will speak to the flower guys who are going through alcoholism and drug addiction. So as we also come up with solutions in the health industry, let's ensure that they're affordable and they're able to reach every one of us, and also as we also speak to the universal health coverage. That is the end of my speech, and I will invite any questions in the interest of time. Thank you.
Any question? Aye, sawa. Seems that you have explained very well. Asante sana, round of applause for you. Asante sana. Then we have Sally. Sally from Radisson Blue is moving around. Sally, where is Sally? Sally from Radisson Blue is moving around with a basket where she's collecting your business cards. We want to do a raffle to see who gets the dinner for two or the lunch for two at Radisson Blue. Sally, make sure you have your business card in that bowl in your corner. And as that happens, I'll start from this side. Just a mention of the organization that you're representing and what you do for mental health. Anyone? Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Felicitas Matilde from Federal House Authority. We prepare to assist our staff on mental health. Actually, we've taken a number of staff for rehabilitation, and it is within the outpatient patient.
Okay, asante sana. Very happy to see Kura hapa. I thought you would also do something kwa road rage. Unajua kwa barabara mtu akikufanyia hivi, this could cause you stress forever. Sawa, on this table, niko represent kwa upande wako, sio? Miss Kanyende, kama tu. Haya, sawa. Pande, any comment? Yes? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Elijah Matomo from Mutual Health Insurance. Yeah, so we are